Okay, so we've just sent Councillor Trail an email, and we'll give her a minute. Could move forward on a couple of things. I don't want her to miss out on anything, but I think we will call the meeting to order. We can move forward with the moment of reflection and the land acknowledgement statement. Councillor Hooper, you are up for that. Could you lead us in those, please?
Good evening, everyone. Please join me in a moment of reflection. May we cherish and protect the freedom and peace that we enjoy in Clarington. May we be mindful of the cost of freedom and peace. May our deliberations be respectful and our decisions be informed and wise. May our work be focused on and lead us toward the betterment of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Perfect.
I was just going to go right on through, if that's okay. The land acknowledgement statement.
Yes, please.
The municipality of Clarington is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas and Chippewas of the Anishinaabe, known today as the Williams Treaty First Nations. Our work on these lands acknowledges their resilience and their long-standing contribution to the area now known as the municipality of Clarington. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll carry on, and I'll loop back. Madam Clerk, do we have Councillor Trail with us yet?
No, I sent her an email.
Could you try phoning her?
And I did try phoning.
Okay, so we will, we're not getting response on email or telephone, so we will move forward. Do we have any declarations of interest?
Mr. Mayor, I have a declaration as previously disclosed in the last meeting, Joint Government and Planning of April 27th, 2020. On Communications 11.6, I own property within the designated historical downtown business improvement area.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neal, I recall, did you have
1D?
1D?
Yep. Relates to my law practice.
Okay, do we have any others?
Councillor Sport, I have the same as Councillor Hooper.
Okay, it's 11.6. All righty, so I've got 11.6 for both Councillors Hooper and Councillor Schwart, and 1D for Councillor Neal. Do we have anything further? I'm not hearing anything further, so we'll move on. Councillor Hooper, you would be up on announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one announcement, and as everyone knows, I sit on the Diversity Committee, and I've been given some marching orders by our staff liaison, Ms. Matag, and I just want everyone to know that the municipality of Clarington has become an employer partner of the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, providing our staff team with access to a knowledgeable hub, monthly webinars and regular news bulletins that cover topics of diversity and inclusion are discussed. This partnership will strengthen our staff's team's confidence and skills when working with people of diverse populations. So just to keep everybody in the loop as to what's going on, and hopefully, as I know we talked about someone representation from the Diversity Committee will be coming to Council to give an update, and we talked about the spring. Well, we still haven't got the spring weather yet, so I mean, we still have lots of opportunity to do that. So just be aware that they will be coming to give an update on the committee. A very good committee, I must add too as well.
Thank you, Councillor. We had a nice spring day yesterday. Today wasn't bad, and I see flurries in the forecast. I don't know what we're complaining about. Councillor Jones, you would be up next on announcements.
No announcements.
Councillor Neal.
No announcements. I did have a question. I thought I heard you refer to 11.6.
Yes. It was on the communications from the GG. So that'll refer to a specific item, Madam Clerk. So that was the BIA correspondence where I believe the BIAs were looking for grants.
But is that on tonight's agenda?
It came up at the GG.
No, but I thought it got referred. That's all.
Okay, no, you're correct. The clerk is looking through to see if it's there. We just referred that back to, I can't recall. It was referred to June 1st, Councillor. You're correct. So,
Okay,
Councillor
I want to
Hooper.
make sure I wasn't missing a big swath of the agenda. That's all. Okay, thanks.
Better to
Okay.
be safe than sorry. Thank you.
Indeed. And I'm sorry, Councillor Neal, did you have any announcements?
No, thanks. No.
Okay, Councillor Trail, are you with us by any chance? Okay, so we've tried a couple of times. I don't know if Councillor Trail's got some serious tech issues or couldn't be with us this evening. Councillor Zwart.
No announcements.
Okay, and Councillor Anderson.
No announcements.
Okay, well, I've got a couple. So for members of council, if you would remember, please, to put your microphones on mute when you're not speaking, so we don't pick up the background noise, especially the reverb, which is something special all the time. We will be on procedural matters, as Councillor Neal had asked. I'll simply ask for you to respond yes or no, and the clerk is asking for yes or no as opposed to yay or nay, because yay and nay sound very similar. And the way we'll do that is similar to the region. I will ask yes, and then I will ask no. If we hear nothing for no, then we'll know that the motion has passed. And I've got a couple of announcements. One, Mother's Day, gentlemen. Don't forget Mother's Day for all of those important mothers and people that acted as mothers in our lives. On Wednesday, there is a repatriation, the Highway of Heroes. So for Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Calbro, we've been asked to not gather, but we are leaving the flag at half-mast to recognize her sacrifice with that, and our thoughts are certainly with her friends and most certainly with her family. And I would encourage everyone who is listening tonight that, again, Mother's Day is coming up. You can get some absolutely fantastic meals. If you don't want to cook for Mother's Day, or if there's a reason that you shouldn't cook, if you have culinary expertise like mine, you may want to go to one of our incredible restaurants, order in advance, and bring that home. So with that, we'll move forward. Councillor Terrell would have had the minutes of the meeting held on April 14th.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to do a 5-minute adjournment while we try to track down Councillor Trail.
So we've actually put in 2 phone calls and a couple of emails at this point in time, and I don't know what we would do beyond that to try to find her, Councillor Neal.
So did someone call her cell phone?
Yes, so cell phone twice, home once.
Hmm.
So I, we'll continue trying, but I don't know what else beyond smoke signals, I suppose, and that might be the effective means of communications given the broadband capacity in some places of the municipality. So, Councillor Neal, would you give me a motion on the minutes for the regular meeting held on April 14th?
I'll give you that motion.
Okay, Councillor Zwart, are you good seconding that?
I am.
All right. Do we have any questions, comments, errors, or omissions? I'm not hearing anything. All in support, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. So we're now in section 7 of the agenda. These are presentations. We have one presentation tonight. This is Joe Anello. He is the Acting Director of Solid Waste Management. And Gary Muller, who is Director of Planning with Durham Region. And this is with regards to report PSD-013-20. That's the Region of Durham Mixed Waste Pre-Sort and Anaerobic Digestion Organics Processing Facility. Mr. Anello, Mr. Muller, are you with us?
Mayor Foster, this is Susan Siopas speaking. With your permission, I would just like to make some introductory remarks.
Sure, please.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Foster and members of council. Besides Joe Anello and Gary Mueller being here to present to you tonight, we also have Brian Bridgman, Commissioner of Planning and ECDEV, in the room with us, and our CAO, Elaine Baxter-Trahere, is here with us. We want to thank you for allowing us the time to present to you on our mixed waste pre-sort and anaerobic digestion project. We've reviewed both your recent staff report that was presented to committee on April 27th and the recommended resolution that is before you tonight. It's our intent through this presentation to address the comments included in that report and to commit to bringing an innovative and environmentally sustainable project to the Energy Park. We will describe a waste management system comprised of technologies that are proven in Europe, but as an integrated system, it will be the first of its kind in North America. Through our presentation, we will provide you with information on why this project is important and timely. We'll give you a brief overview on how mixed waste pre-sort and AD works, information on the siting process to date, an overview of the land use compatibility, and our commitment to work with you on the design elements of this site and on the Energy Park as a whole. I'll now turn it over to Joseph and Gary to present the technical and policy aspects of the project. Thank you.
Yes, I just have to unmute. Thank you very much, Susan. So I'd like to present the technical aspects of the project. So what was approved by Council was a mixed waste pre-sort and anaerobic digestion. So what you have in front of you is the flow of what is proposed for this project. So the garbage that comes from the curb and the multi-residential buildings will come to the mixed waste pre-sort. In the mixed waste pre-sort, those bags will be ripped open. Then through a combination of technology, there will be some recyclables recovered, mainly metals. So we recover about 4,000 tons of metals from the DYC each year. That's wasted capacity at the DYC. This facility will take those metals out and market them. We'll also be able to take out the bottles, which again go to the DYC, and that's wasted capacity because they don't provide any energy. Then we will have the ability to actually provide some recycling, so some sorting out of marketable plastics, and those would go to market. The other major byproduct of this is organics. So about 30 to 40% of the garbage that goes to the DYC is organic in nature. That will then be extracted in the mixed waste pre-sort and sent to the digester, the anaerobic digester. That will join the food waste that is in the green bins. Now, the anaerobic digester is actually a very robust system. It will take the garbage and put it through an aquapulper, which is a pre-processing. And what happens is the plastics and all those materials float to the top, they're skimmed away, and all the heavy materials goes to the bottom, and that's taken away. We are then left with this emulsion that is sent into a digester. In the digester, you have microbes. They basically eat the organics and create a biogas. Now that biogas, for the most part, is methane. That can then be cleaned up and created into a renewable natural gas, which is suitable for injection into the system. The other major byproduct of the anaerobic digester is, in fact, a digestate, which can be used as a fertilizer or soil augmentation. Now, we have a very good example of that process, the AD process in Ontario, at a few locations. The one in Elmira actually creates a digestate that is a registered fertilizer that they provide to farmers. Now, you would have two streams coming into the site. Now, the garbage, which is already coming to the site, would be coming to the site and going to the mixed waste pre-sort. The new waste coming to the site would be food waste, and that would be about 2 trucks a day. So we would be going from a 22 to 24 trucks a day, and that's over a 12-hour period, to about 24 to 26 trucks a day. Okay, so why are we actually doing this project? We have several drivers. We have some region drivers. As you know, we are growing, and we are growing at a very fast rate. Even though our production of garbage per capita is decreasing, we do anticipate a significant growth in the amount of garbage that needs to be processed. We also have a target of a 70% diversion rate, which we are trying to get to. As you know, the Durham York Energy Center is already at capacity. Last year, we had to bypass about 13,000 tons. This project will help us address that by taking about 30,000 tons away from the Durham York Energy Center and putting it through the AD, the anaerobic digester. There's also regulatory requirements that are coming into play. The province is looking to ban organics from landfill and for transfer stations, so we would actually have to take the waste out before we process it, the organic waste. The other thing that is actually driving us is a climate change. This is a very significant climate change project in that it is creating renewable natural gas from both the AD, and we would have the ability of taking the gas from the wastewater treatment facility and also cleaning that up for the grid. So really providing some significant greenhouse gas reductions. The market drivers that are also pushing this project. There is a report that indicates that landfill capacity in Ontario will be gone within 8 to 12 years. We have to have in place our processing requirements to satisfy our needs. The existing green bin processing capacity that we are using right now, the aerobic system, which creates a compost, is at capacity and will not be able to address the issue of growth or diversion. And then the renewable natural gas. Even though Ontario does not have a system in place for that, we can tap into British Columbia, California, or Quebec and get preferential treatment on pricing for the renewable natural gas going into the grid. So we did not have to follow a siting process because this project does not trigger an environmental assessment. We chose, however, to undertake a siting process that follows the EA process. And that basically is an established and practical siting methodology. It was undertaken by our consultant, GHD, by their in-house planning experts. It was taken in a stepwise process. So it went through a siting requirement from a long list to a short list and eventually to a comparative of the short list, with the recommended site being proposed to Council in May. This should lead to an ultimate site that is approvable based on the criteria in which it was evaluated. This process is both traceable and defendable, and the report is available on the website. So the proposed site, as you can see on this drawing, is just to the west of the energy from waste facility. And you can see that it is basically located there. And the reason it was selected was it had very few sensitive receptors within 500 meters. There were no wetlands on site, and there was a very small portion for the source water protection. We felt that this site also helps us with meeting the Energy Park sustainable development and design standards. There are quite a few synergies with this site with both the energy from waste facility and the wastewater treatment facility. The energy from waste facility actually has a waste heat right now that goes to air-cooled condensers. That could be used at the site to heat up the digesters. The wastewater treatment facility, we could actually help to clean their gas and put it into the grid. And there is a potential for us to use their effluent to charge our digesters with the right bacteria. The road system is in place for this site. It has the right upgraded utilities. As you recall, we did quite a bit of work on the utilities at this site. From our previous studies, there's no archaeological items of significance here. And this is the lowest capital cost with regards to siting and has the lowest potential traffic costs. That is why this site is being recommended. Now, basically the development principles that we are going through is we have landed on focusing the layout of the site on the south side. So that's basically on the south side of Energy Park Drive. That makes sure that the north side is available for other development. We will ensure that it is compatible with the other functions in the Energy Park and with the other requirements of the waterfront proposal. This has very distinct sustainable focus on both environment and energy. We will ensure that the design is of an excellent manner, compatible with that of the DYC. and by ensuring that the north side of the site is not going to be used for this project, it will allow it to be developed as a gateway. We also have a commitment to continuous engagement. So the site that is being selected, as I indicated, is west of the Durham York Energy Center. It is right now on 4.96 hectares. Now, the reason that that's a smaller site is that we can utilize some of the DYEC site, basically in the roadways. We can utilize some of the stormwater pond, and then we could actually locate the grid and the biogas cleanup over close to the gas pipe, which is by the DYEC. So we're able to squeeze into a smaller site. We're not that far from the 401, so the trucks will only be traveling on Curtis Road for a short distance, after which they will go down the truck haul road. And we will be just north of the rail road, and that has an embankment which will provide very good visual obstruction. This will also avoid any natural heritage systems. So as you can see from this diagram, it just outlines the proposed traffic. So basically the trucks will coming off Curtis and going down into the Hall Road. The traffic right now is about 22 to 24 trucks over a 12-hour period. With the new project, that'll go to about 24 to 26 trucks over a 12-hour period. We are committed to zero odor emissions. All trucks will be offloaded in the infrastructure. All the activity will be in a fully enclosed facility. It will be under negative pressure, and all emission of the air that is taken in will be put through biofilters. So we are committed to zero odor emissions. This is not a combustion or thermal process. This is a biological process. There will be no emissions. There will be a control and management of the trucks. The trucks will only travel 5 days a week. There will be no weekend travel unless it's after a long weekend. We will be controlling the ambient air on this facility, and we will have a very good dust suppression system during construction. So I will pass the presentation over to Gary Mueller, who will take it from here.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Council. I'm going to touch briefly on some of the project elements from a policy planning and urban design. Full description of a number of policy components is appended to this letter, tonight's agenda.
So, Mr. Mueller, two things. I wonder if you can speak up, and somebody is moving papers that is not muted. So, Mr. Mueller, if you could speak up, and whoever is shuffling papers, it would be handy if you didn't. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
A bit louder would be good.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to go ahead and yell at us.
Thank you very much. In terms of the facility itself and its contribution to sustainability efforts, it was mentioned that the facility would help to address climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and by generating renewable energy. This aligns with policies in Clarington's official plan, which seek to address climate change and become a more sustainable community by minimizing the consumption of energy and other resources, by promoting the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and promoting the reduction, reuse, and recycling of waste. To support energy efficiency, the facility would provide natural gas recovery systems, and the facility would be district energy ready, providing a future opportunity to integrate into such a system when market and pricing conditions support it. Through the project implementation process, energy efficient design and construction techniques would be used. Through careful site planning, methods which reduce on-site stormwater would be employed through low-impact development methods, such as through permeable pavers, swales, and on-site plantings. To mitigate the urban heat island effect, roof treatment and on-site plantings would be used. These and other methods would be the subject of ongoing discussions with Clarington staff as part of a more detailed site planning process. Next slide, please. Thank you. While it is vitally important that the facility fit in from a broader land use compatibility perspective, it should also make a positive contribution to the built setting of the energy park. As part of the region's commitment to working with Clarington through the site plan process, the region will work within the streetscape and sustainable development design guidelines. We believe there is an opportunity through this new building to complement the architectural character of existing buildings, including the Durham York Energy Center and the existing OPG building. Through the use of high-quality materials, sympathetic design, and through architectural variety and articulation, this future building will be able to make a positive contribution to the emerging character of Energy Drive as a unique and interesting street. There is an opportunity through creative building and landscape design to further enhance its image. The region is also mindful that views of the facility from all sides is a factor, and through careful siting, landscape design, and by ensuring that all truck access and servicing functions occur to the rear along Hall Road, this will ensure that the future building best contributes to the character of Energy Drive. So with the development of the facility focused entirely on the south side of Energy Drive, and with odor being contained wholly within the building, this will mean that effort can also be focused on measures to develop the northerly 7.9 hectare site with a variety of uses that serve to achieve the vision for a gateway on that property. With OPG shifting its headquarters to this area, we recognize the need to address this opportunity with an array of uses that would benefit future OPG employees and others wishing to locate within this business park. Since odor emissions would be fully contained, the opportunity for a wide array of more employment-intensive uses can be explored on the north site. Again, through the site plan review process, there's an opportunity to provide high-quality architecture and design on this site as well, providing more intensive development and urban design that takes advantage of its visibility from Highway 401. And the region looks forward to ongoing engagement and future discussions to help shape the development in the energy park. On the north parcel, we're happy to discuss the form and development that would contribute to Clarington's vision for a gateway, while seeking an array of uses that supports existing and future employees in the energy park. The region's also happy to participate in Clarington's site planning process in order to provide detail to the development principles that have been discussed through this presentation. We agree that the energy park should develop as a center of innovation, and we believe that this facility helps contribute to the achievement of that vision. And through the detailed design work for the facility, the region commits to providing regular updates on the status and the progress of the project. There's also an opportunity to have conversations with the agricultural community as well, with respect to potential uses of byproducts to be used in farming operations. So now I'll turn it over to Elaine Baxter-Traher, the region CAO, who has some closing remarks.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you also, Mayor Foster and councillors, for including us in your meeting this evening. Our goal tonight is to encourage you to reconsider or defer the recommended resolution of unwilling host community for the facility. We hope that this presentation has provided you with a clear understanding of our project and our commitment to work with Clarington to provide an innovative, environmentally sustainable project that is compatible with the goals of the energy park as a whole. And I have to reiterate that the goal of the park and for revitalization in this area are shared with the region of Durham. In that regard, we have had recent conversations with both OPG and the proponent of the residential proposal to the west. That dialogue has been positive in terms of understanding our commitment to architectural design and to avoid nuisance factors such as truck traffic, noise, and odors, which are the traditional issues that have been raised throughout this process. And as you have heard, we're looking at the addition of only 2 trucks and odors being completely contained. In fact, during our conversations with OPG, we were also pleased to hear that they did consider us good neighbours on the Energy from Waste site. We are coming forward with a report to Council in May, on May 27th, that will make recommendations on the project regarding a partnership arrangement moving forward with the procurement process and siting the facility. In the meantime, we will make ourselves available to come back to Clarington Committee or Council for further dialogue or for a more detailed briefing if that's desired. Thank you very much for having us again.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and the information. Members of council, do we have any questions?
I do.
I have some questions.
Okay, so I've got Councillor
I also have
Anderson.
some questions.
Okay, so Councillor Anderson, I've got first. Councillor Hooper. Was that you, Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It all sounds good, and it's what I expect of it. The problem I'm having is when the site selection. We are in a very big region, and I said it right at council that this would be the site. So I'm just wondering why we wasted money on a consultant anyhow. Did you factor in that this community is not a willing host? They weren't the first time either, except for the council that was in place, and we have to deal with it. And you could dress a pig as much as you want, but it's still a pig. So I know the perception of it and where it's located. It's our development area of Curtis. That's where we have a lot of development coming in. It's not something that's appeasing to the community, and the community they vehemently don't want it. My question is, since you claim that this went through a process, was there any of the other sites or any of the other municipalities where any of them wanted to be a willing host of this?
Okay,
and if so, why wasn't that considered?
Okay, I'm thinking Ms. Siopis, you're probably best set to answer that one.
Thank you, Mayor Foster and Councillor Anderson. I will start with a response and perhaps turn it over to Mr. Anello if he wants to add anything. So there was a couple of questions in there. One of the questions was, were any of the other municipalities identified as willing hosts? I will say, not that I'm aware of. Now, I can't say that that question specifically was asked of various municipalities, so I don't know. With regard to the siting process, it was a rigorous process that took into account something in the order of over a dozen sites. Mr. Anello could correct me. After an initial assessment against specific criteria, it was narrowed down to 6 sites that then went through a far more rigorous evaluation and assessment. Through that assessment, this particular site came out on top and I have to say by a long shot. There is not a close second when it comes to assessment against the criteria that were specifically laid out prior to the project beginning. And by that, I mean prior to the siting process beginning. I will end there and ask Mr. Anello if he has anything to add.
So this process, this siting process, was contemplated in the original contract with GHD that was initiated 2 years ago. And we had actually put in a siting process as part of their scope of work. So there was always the anticipation that this would actually be undertaken.
Councillor Anderson, you have the floor.
Just a follow-up. And you keep emphasizing that there'll be no odor coming from that. We heard that as well with the energy for waste as well. But there are times when you can smell the place miles away. So how can you guarantee that there will be no odor coming from this someplace where there has to be odor coming from it? That's impossible. Trucks coming in, there's odor. So I don't understand how you reconcile that and how you go to a community and guarantee that that's not going to be the case.
Ms. Siopis, I'm going to I think look to you, or if you think that Joe is the better to answer that.
Once again, I will turn it over to Mr. Anello after an initial comment. In fact, odors from the energy from waste site, the DYEC, are non-existent. The odors that often engulf the area are actually coming from the north, from a composting site to the north of us. Again, I will ask Mr. Anello for any other comments.
So basically, we would be looking at the new project to implement a lot of the technology that we have at the DYC. All the trucks that come to that facility are covered. There are no odors from the trucks. They enter the building and the door is closed for them to basically offload their load. The building then has all negative pressure, which means that it's sucking air into the facility, and that air then is processed before it is released. Now, every odor complaint that we get is investigated. It is investigated by our staff, and then it is sent to the ministry for verification. And from the time of operation, none of the odors that have been from those complaints have been attributed to the DYC.
Okay, and I think Councillor Anderson's follow-up question was, how can you guarantee that there won't be odor from this?
So basically we're going through the RFQ, sir, and one of the requirements will be that it is a zero odor building, which will force the design, build, operate, maintain contractor to meet that guarantee through his design.
Councillor Anderson, you still have the floor.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair. I will summarize by saying that we are not going to be a willing host of this, so that should be taken into consideration. And we are, we're accountable to the people we represent, and by and large, I haven't heard one person that supports this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hooper, you are up next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for coming this evening and giving us a update on the proposal. I don't know who can answer. I've got about 4 or 5 questions that I'd like to ask, and I don't know who can answer this the best. But if this was the plan all the way along, why was this not presented when the package for the EFW was presented, and saying that in the future we would hope that we would be able to open an anaerobic digester system within X, whatever, because it sounds like to me this was all a package deal and they just left that off at the end. And now here it is once again, this is the way we're presenting it. And I believe at one time we even asked if there was going to be a separation process that could be allowed before, so they could rip open the bags and see what else could be. And that was flat out, no, they couldn't do that. So I just wondered, anyone would like to tackle that question?
Hi, it's Susan Siopis speaking.
Yes.
At the time that the EFW was in its design stages and even construction stages, things like mixed waste pre-sort were not available. In fact, in North America, there is not another pre-sort facility like the one we're proposing. They are prevalent in Europe and proven technology, but in fact, at the time of the work on the EFW, pre-sort just wasn't around, and AD was in its infancy, particularly in North America. So at the time, it wasn't being considered.
So Susan's correct. In 2013, we initiated our first study for AD, and that was just to see what the technology was and what was available. Since 2013, we've actually gotten more and more information together, and based on the drivers that are facing us and the drivers that we have, this turned out to be the best technology moving forward. We presented to council several times. We had an education session to demonstrate that this was a technology that was best suited for organics, and that was approved by council. Okay,
thank you. And in regards to the process, in regards to how they showcased this particular, I think it was in February they did it, and there was inclement weather, and it basically, to me, and I didn't think there was a lot of the general public that were there to witness what was being presented. And I talked to some of the people that were there, and their consensus was the fact that this is just a dog and pony show to verify that the Clarington's going to be the place that it's going to be located, even though there wasn't a decision that had been made yet, but that was exactly what some of the people that spoke to me thought that was going to happen.
So when we held the public information session, that actually was one of our best attended. We had just finished public information centers for the Durham York Energy Center EA streamlined. So for the public session that we had for the AD, there were about 50 people that showed up. So we considered that one of the better attended public information sessions.
So the decision when you shortlist the areas that they're going to list, who decides on that? You said that there was a committee that decides. Who are the people that are on that committee?
Hi, it's Susan. No, it's not a matter of a committee. It's actually a documented process. So initially, there were a number of sites, about a dozen sites, that were identified that met overall general criteria in terms of size, ownership, sensitivities in areas surrounding, so on. So some general criteria. Those, once the criteria was applied to those sites, we were able to narrow it down to 6 sites. Of those 6 sites, we then applied very specific and rigorous criteria to be able to narrow down to this particular site. It is not a matter of a committee. It's a matter of documented criteria that were weighted against each of the sites to come up with a preferred site.
Okay, and so who decides that?
If you're asking who decides on the criteria, we a team of staff and consultants work together to come up with fulsome criteria. As Mr. Anello alluded to, this process, although not necessarily subjected to an EA, we followed an environmental assessment process to be able to put the process together.
So the criteria was also presented to council for their consideration and approval before we actually undertook it.
Okay, thank you for that. You talked about, I think someone said 0 emissions. Did I hear that someone said that this is the first facility in North America, or are there others in North America that we may be able to get some feedback in regards to emissions that may occur?
I'm going to answer part of your question and then turn it over to Mr. Anello with regard to the emissions. When I made the comment that this was the first of its kind in North America, what we're proposing here is an integrated system. So we have the mixed waste pre-sort, we have the separation of the recyclables, we have the anaerobic digestion that takes care of the organics, and we have the disposal on site for anything that's residual, and then the creation of energy, both natural gas and electricity. So I refer to that as a comprehensive integrated waste management system with resource recovery. There is not another system like this in North America. It will be the first. Components of this system, however, for example, the pre-sort and the AD, are both prevalent in Europe and have been used for many years very successfully. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Anello with regard to details on emissions.
So this is a biological process, much like the wastewater treatment facility. You already have a digester in that area at the wastewater treatment facility. So basically what this does is it is a biological process. There is no combustion. And the whole idea is with the negative pressure, all the air comes into the facility, and before it is ejected, it goes through biofilters. And the biofilters are there to take out the organics, which is basically causing an odor. So it would be a 0 odor. And we have evidence of that in other digesters in Ontario, Elmira, and Toronto being specific.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll get on to the development in particular. You talked, like we all know, this is a prestigious industrial area. Do you think that this really would fit into the prestigious area? And plus, there will be further development to the west of the project. Will that fit in regards to, residential is going to be closer to the park area? And I just wondered how you think this is going to fit in with the prestigious industrial park.
Yes, it's Gary Mueller. In terms of the element of prestige, there's two components that I think we're talking about. One is the land use compatibility element, and I think Joe talked about that element to some extent, and providing that technological response by the facility to ensure that there are zero odor emissions off-site. So from a land use compatibility perspective, I think this facility can hit that mark. And from the standpoint of urban design, I think a building that's going to be of some significant size, similar in scope, I think, to the existing DYEC building, there's an opportunity to use a similar type of architectural expression, siting, design, urban design elements in architecture to really make it fit in within a comprehensive campus design. So in that way, I think it could further the urban design aspirations that the municipality is seeking to achieve in this area by providing for excellent urban design in terms of siting, architectural treatment, landscape architecture, and those components. So the fit, I think, would be quite positive.
You talked about OPG is going to come, and there's going to be probably 2,000, hopefully 2,000 employees that are going to relocate to this particular area. And you said you've spoken with OPG. What was their thoughts on the anaerobic digester?
This is Elaine responding. We've had a number of discussions with OPG to clarify issues around traffic, odors, commitment to strong architectural design and landscaping. We continue to address any issues that are raised, and I would say the discussions to this point have been very positive.
And further to that, have you spoken with some of the other people that are coming? Like there's a introduction of a new battery plant that's going to be East Penn, that's going to be locating to the area to the east, I believe, of where you are?
I don't believe we've spoken to that person, but we have had our Commissioner of Planning has had conversations with the proponent that is proposing to develop housing to the west and clarified how the project will work and what the impact will be on the neighborhood, and seems to have addressed his concerns.
Okay, and I see that the particular piece of property that you're interested in or going to develop on is very close to the railroad lines. Is the idea that we will be taking waste from other areas? Is that the proposal? Is that why they're building it down or want to build it that close to the track area? So it'll be much less shipping coming, from trucks. You could always bring it in by rail.
Absolutely not. This is only to deal with Durham waste, the waste that we process right now. And as we said earlier, there would only be 2 additional trucks per day. The site works well because of its proximity to the grid and the energy from waste facility and all of the other criteria that Mr. Anello walked through. But there is absolutely no intent to be accepting waste from outside of Durham.
Okay, and you talked about microbes and biogas and things like that. Would it be a really safe facility in regards to, since it's being the emissions are being contained, but will it be an extremely safe facility?
So the microbes is basically operating within a tank, so it's all enclosed. Same type of microbes that you see at the wastewater treatment facility. They're ubiquitous in the environment. They're everywhere. So there's nothing hazardous about the biology here. As far as the gas goes, it is a 60% methane that is then cleaned up, and it is the same thing as a renewable natural gas. So the same characteristics as a natural gas.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much. A lot of my questions were the same as Councillor Anderson and Councillor Hooper, so thank you for asking those questions. I would like to know a little bit more about the public consultation. So you said there was 48 people that attended. So are there any criteria around how much public consultation is required before approving something like this?
So we presented a consultation plan to council, basically indicating that we would undertake some consultation with the general public, also with the local area municipalities, and that we would make the draft report available for comment. That is the consultation plan that went forward. We also did some surveys, and we met with some special agencies. We did meet with CLOCA and with OPG to discuss their concerns. We did receive some concerns from the local area municipalities, and we are developing a record of consultation through our consultant GHD that will take a look at all the comments that were received, and they'll be part of the report once it's finalized. This is one of my big concerns, as I don't think that a lot of the residents that live in Curtis specifically are even aware of this, that I had posted it on my social media page just yesterday saying that the information is going to be presented at the meeting tonight. And I heard from a number of people today how they overwhelmingly do not want it in this area. So there is some feedback there too. I'm just wondering the number of people that were at the Public Information Center. Do you know how many were actually from Clarington? As I know that there was a snowstorm that night, and it was fairly difficult for residents from Curtis or from Clarington to make it over to the Whitby meeting. So that is one of my big concerns.
Hi, this is Elaine again. I will start and then turn it over to Gio. The one priority that we are undertaking over the next month or so is a public education campaign around the site, the nature of the site, how it functions. So ideally, we would make sure that certainly got out to the residents of Curtis and beyond. And I'll turn it over to Gio in terms of who attended the meeting.
So we have a list of attendees for the meeting. I'd have to check to see how many were from Clarington. We did follow up with an online survey. We had a very good response on that, about 700 people from the region. We did separate that out into the municipalities, and we could make the numbers available if you wish.
Okay, that would be helpful. I did actually have another question around, I received this from a resident today. It's a different topic there, but they wanted to know I think you said there would be between 20 and 25 trucks a day that would be going into the area. So does all of that material go right into the digester immediately, or does it have to be stored in a warehouse or anything first? Or is it dealt with immediately when the trucks arrive?
So it's basically we'll go through the mixed waste pre-sort. There might be some storage there, but it will be indoors, again, under negative pressure. And then it goes through the process. It is a flow-through process, basically dealt with as it is mixed and pre-sorted, and then separated out and sent to either the DYC or the anaerobic digester.
Okay. And if I could just speak on behalf of the residents that I've heard from them, that I think a lot of them are in agreement that it is, a good idea. It's a good philosophy, and they agree with that. But I think they are really concerned about its relationship to the proposed Curtis waterfront, and that they don't want. I think they're concerned about the architectural design, which you've spoken to. But they are really concerned that that's going to impact on what our Curtis waterfront is going to look for, because they're really excited about that coming soon, and they really don't want an industrial looking gateway into their waterfront. So I know that they'd spoken quite a bit to me about that. So if I can pass that along to you.
Thank you very much. This is Susan speaking. The waterfront trail that goes right along the lakefront across all of the regional properties there. I think it was built around the time, just after the EFW was constructed. It's the site of the EFW, or the ability to see the EFW and or what will be the facility on this property is quite obstructed by the elevation of the railway track. There's an embankment there, so it blocks a lot of the site. We're very aware of the concerns about how this site appears from all sides, not just from the lakefront. And we are working on design elements to be able to minimize impact and at the same time showcase the facility from, for example, Energy Park Drive, as it aligns with the EFW site in terms of architecture and design, such as Gary made mention of earlier.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions. Thank you.
I have some questions, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Yep, I'm speaking to myself here. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
I was wondering if I could see that there was the first slide that went up, something about Energy Park. I was wondering if I could go back up.
We're working on that. Just give us a moment.
Councillor Neal, is that the correct slide that is up?
Well, I thought I saw a reference to, quote, Durham's Energy Park or something like that. Am I right or wrong?
Okay, so it would be one of the maps. We're just searching for it.
The clerk tells me it is, in fact, the first slide. Title page.
So, I mean, my understanding, it's not Durham's Energy and Sustainability Campus, it's Clarington's Energy Park that we're talking about, is it not? Like,
we did not refer to it as Durham's Energy Park, Councillor.
No, it says Durham's Energy and Sustainability Campus. That's what I'm reading here. It's Clarington's Energy Park that we're talking about here, isn't it? Like,
so this was selected. One of the provincial policies is to develop a campus for your long-term waste management requirements, and they do refer to it as a waste management campus, and that's why we chose this title.
okay. So the actually, I started laughing. I guess I was on mute, but I started laughing. You mentioned about continuous engagement. I have a hard time keeping a straight face when I hear that particular phrase applied to this area down here. So continuous engagement with who? Like,
So I don't know who wants to answer that.
The way I interpret this process is there was a list put together, and then there was a very rushed selection of what was clear to me was going to be the site all along. So I have a hard time sort of, like I said, keeping a straight face when I hear that there was, quote, continuous engagement.
Councillor, we did engage with the public, with stakeholders and landowners in the area, and we continue to have those discussions. We've also been to Durham Region Council with delegations several times. And as you heard earlier, we've also done a questionnaire, and we'll be undertaking an education campaign beginning immediately. So we are doing our best to reach out throughout this process, and we're happy to continue to do so. So if you do think there are groups that perhaps we have not met with enough, we're happy to come out and meet with them again.
Well, I guess, I mean, this is final as far as you're concerned, right? The site selection is a final. I mean, there was also a mention made, well, once the report is final, it is final basically now, right? Like, there's nothing else being considered in terms of, you know, the site next to the current recycling facility, or like, this is it, essentially.
Based on the results of the exhaustive process, which had criteria which Durham Regional Council approved, this is what staff is recommending to Council and will be recommending to Council on May 27th. But again, I do remind you that Council did review and approve the criteria.
And your presentation tonight, was it at Clarington's invitation, or did Durham suggest that you come tonight?
I believe it was our suggestion, and we're also in the process of offering more detailed briefings to each local municipality prior to the May meeting, if that's desired.
So, okay, so one of the comments made in our staff report is that the land use compatibility has really it's been limited to, quote, existing development does not take into account future uses envisioned for the Clarington Energy Park. I'm inserting the word Clarington, or the Curtis Waterfront. Any comment on that?
Well, I think first of all, I would say we share the development of the energy park as a priority. We have been working on a number of strategic priorities with Clarington, including the extension of the Go East, which will be instrumental in the move of OPG from Toronto. We think the location of the park is such that it will in no way hamper future developments, whether they be the waterfront or residential. And I'm going to ask Mr. Mueller if he could comment more specifically.
With all great respect, I don't think that really answered the question that I posed, which was it says, I'll repeat it, the examination of land use compatibility is limited to existing and development, does not take into account future uses envisioned for the, I'll emphasize the word, Clarington Energy Park or the Curtis Waterfront.
We are saying we do not believe that it has a negative impact on either of those, but I will ask Mr. Mueller to comment in more specifics.
Yes, thank you, Elaine. In terms of the land use compatibility question, what we've indicated tonight, and it may not have been entirely clear, was the principle of zero odor outside the lot line. And that is a very significant principle in terms of land use compatibility effects on not only the waterfront, but frankly, the adjacent regionally owned property which the region chooses to market for more intensive uses. So not only is there an objective on the part of Clarington to ensure compatibility of use, there is an objective on the part of the region to ensure compatibility as well, so that the site to the north can attract the types of uses and activities that would benefit the future uses of the business park, including future OPG employees.
So the consultant was given all the information on the OPG development, the East Penn development, and the waterfront development. They used a provincially guided standard for the receptors, and they did consider what was coming in the future in their planning.
But nothing was stated about that in the report. Am I right or wrong about that? Are you saying that simply because they drew a circle, a 500-meter circle, and nothing hit the 500 meters, that's the end of the discussion as far as planning justification goes?
So from the impacts to receptors, that's what they look at as part of their criteria. That's provincially at the provincial policy, and you would also do that as part of the ECA development.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the region's been at the table was Clarington's been developing its secondary plan for the Clarington Energy Park, been at the table for some time.
We met with the consultant in 2018 and gave them our comments.
No, I'm talking about like for the last 10 years. I'm not talking about GHD and their work. I'm talking about the Clarington, Clarington's been developing a secondary plan for that area, which obviously did not include this facility. So has the region not been at the table throughout that whole process where that secondary plan has been developed?
Yes, this is Gary Mueller.
It's more of a planning question then.
Yep. Yes, the region has been at the table, and the project consultant who was doing the initial background study as part of the secondary plan review was aware of the region's objectives as it relates to the potential for an AD facility within this particular area. So there was an awareness of that, and I believe there is language that is spoken to by the project consultant that verifies those discussions as part of their background work.
So do you think that this meets the secondary plan objectives of Clarington?
Through the chair, I believe that with the land use compatibility controls that are in place, or that would be in place to ensure that there is zero fugitive emissions coming from the facility, and with positive and sympathetic urban design, it would make a positive contribution to this secondary plan area and would have no adverse impact on surrounding sensitive land uses.
So through the chair, what's the jobs per hectare target for the energy park, Clarington Energy Park?
Through the chair, I understand it's 30 jobs per hectare, and that's measured in aggregate across the entire energy park. And from what I understand, there are some sites that are higher and there are some sites that are lower. And certainly OPG will be making a great contribution to the achievement of those employment density targets in the overall area. And I think we believe that the north site, which would be subject to future development, could also make a good contribution to the overall density target within this overall energy park.
So again, based on what I'm hearing tonight, the only thing that's going to be open to us to probably is to figure out how to fight this, and because I don't think our we've got some good ideas on the table here about planning and so on, but I don't think that's going to mean a whole lot. So I think we're going to have to figure out as Clarington councillors how we sort of fight it effectively. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zwart, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I have a question. So our municipal staff have made compelling arguments of why that AD facility is not compatible. Are you saying that that's just a matter of opinion, because you are saying it is compatible for the area?
Yes, through your worship, I believe this has to do with information that may not have been fully known or appreciated by Clarington staff as it relates to what the influence area would be for a facility like this. And what we're saying through this presentation is that there would be zero fugitive emissions outside of the building or beyond the lot line. And that in and of itself speaks to a compatibility relationship with surrounding land uses that I think would address the concerns that Clarington staff have raised.
So you've alluded to the fact that you've had discussions with Clarington staff, ongoing discussions. Is the fact that there will be no odor emanating from the facility, is that like new information that they were not aware of?
Through the chair, I'll have to defer to to Joe on that particular question. I've not been party to those detailed discussions, so I'll hand it over to Joe.
So we did quite a few presentations to the EFW WMAC. Clarington staff does attend that, and there are Clarington councils there. We have always maintained that this would be zero odors, that would be a negative pressure facility with biofilters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think all of the councillors have spoken. I've got a lot of questions on there. Mr. Mueller, you're speaking about you know, that our staff might have been concerned because they didn't understand that this was a zero odor facility. I think we heard from Joe that that's not the case, and that is not that's not my understanding. Our guys are worried about our guys talking about our staff about the highest and best use of that piece of land. So one is, as Councillor Neal alluded to, is the employment density is far below what we'd like to see. You know, another would be simply the value of that property for an industrial use. So on a pure planning rationale, forget about design and fugitive emissions. On a highest and best use basis, can you understand how our staff would think that that is the wrong site?
Yep, through the chair, through your worship, as it relates to this particular site, and I would draw a comparison between this site and the site to the north. My first response would be certainly the more visible and more marketable site would be preserved for higher order development purposes. So I believe part of the concern may have been centered on that, but as it relates to public uses in industrial districts, particularly uses such as this, industrial districts are set aside for larger buildings that do attract, you know, trucks and other types of facilities. And industrial districts include things like warehousing. They include, some industrial districts have locations for open storage and things like that. And that's what many of these industrial districts are planned for. This particular one is special in that there are specific policies and design guidance to ensure higher quality buildings. But certainly a unique facility such as the one being described is would be difficult to sort of evaluate from a highest and best use perspective. And certainly planning provides for a range of land uses, and every site has an important function. So I'm probably not answering the question as directly as I should, but certainly the site is appropriate.
I'm not sure if you can. I suspect there's going to be a continuing disagreement on that one. Before I go any further, so a couple times it's been brought up how quick this process has been for the regional councillors. I'm sure that you will recall that we asked at the region that this not be a drawn-out process. We identified at the region very publicly during regional meetings that the list of sites was quite short. And at the time, I believe it was Ms. Baxter-Trahair did note that, you know, yes, the Curtisite, you know, was one of very few that would look. So I don't think there's a huge shock. It doesn't mean that we're happy with it, but that was publicly done, and that was done on our request. That we not go through another process like the EFW that, to my mind, was drawn out and it didn't need to be as drawn out or as expensive as it was. Mr. Nello, you're talking about biofilters. I heard about controlling the ambient air, negative pressure. I understand negative pressure with EFW, where air is being sucked into the facility for the combustion of the ovens there. How are these huge fans? How are you creating negative pressure for the AD?
So negative pressure is basically created the same way. You're sucking air into the facility with the fans. The difference with the DYC is that the DYC takes that air and runs it through its boilers. So it's actually combusted. So you don't have to subject that to a biofilter. So it is being destroyed by heat at the DYC. Because the AD is a biological process, there is not that combustion that will destroy the organics. So you actually have to put it through a biofilter, which is much like a Brita filter with activated carbon. It attracts the organics, takes it out of the air, and then it's cleaned up that way.
Okay, and you'll understand, Mr. Nello, I don't know, were you around for the siting of the compost facility immediately north of our property, the region's property down there?
I was not.
Okay, so you might be interested to learn that the proponent for that held a lunch for councillors down there to show us, that this was an odor-free facility, and we all know that it is quite the opposite. So you would understand the real reticence of us, because we've sort of gone through this, where that facility, there was nothing wrong with it. It would be odor-free. It is environmentally friendly, as the AD will be as well. But we did not get what we expected, and it is a concern with the development that we have down there. Given that and timing on this, and I know that you had planned on doing some tours, whether we're going to Elmira or Disco Road, prior to this coming to regional council, and I know you're looking at the end of this month, is it possible holding off until there are trips to those facilities so that we can see them? I have a prediction at regional council with this. I think it might be worthwhile for other regional councillors to know what they are imposing on Clarington. And perhaps on a more positive fashion to educate Clarington's councillors as well as perhaps the local councillors on that. So is that doable?
Hi, Mayor Foster. It's Susan speaking. Today, after Elaine and I got off of another call with OPG, one of the things that I committed to do was get in touch with our peers at the City of Toronto to get some information that I've seen in the past, that Mr. Anello has seen in the past, but that we could share with OPG and we could share with Clarington, of course, with regard to their experience with AD facilities at both Disco Road and at Dufferin. Disco Road's been in place for quite some time. Our contact there, I reached out to him as soon as I got off the phone today, and he sent me back a note and said, I'd be happy to share information because our sites have yet to have any complaints, either from the public or from the Ministry of the Environment with regard to odors. So whether or not a tour can be arranged prior to our report going in May, it may be difficult just because of the situation we're all in. But most certainly, I can get you some evidence from others who have sites in place that is not coming straight from us.
Okay, and frankly, the owners, operators, we might be more interested in hearing from the neighbors, because I can tell you again, the proponent of that compost facility, and I'm not suggesting that you're misleading us, but you get used to things and you've got pride in terms of what you do. Why is in terms of May, holding off for a couple of months? So hopefully we'll get through the pandemic and be able to start doing this. What's the rush with May? If we held that off until the fall and maybe had the opportunity to be better educated?
So at this point in time, the timelines that we've committed to Regional Council on are through this report in May, seeking approvals. Those approvals will be related to partnership agreements, it'll be related to siting, and it'll be related to the issuance of an RFQ. Getting that RFQ out on the street over the summer months so that we can get responses, get analysis, and then go to qualified vendors with an RFP. In other words, the procurement process in the fall. It's the timelines for the project are absolutely contingent on being able to meet those timelines. If we don't meet those timelines, we will not meet our late 2023, early 2024 date. And that is a date that is quite critical to us, particularly because at this point in time, we are already bypassing large amounts of waste at the DYC.
All right. And I mean, at this point in time, the report that is coming forward to Regional Council is a recommendation of this site. Am I correct?
You are correct. That is the staff recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Nello, I'm curious about the digestate. So and you'll hear the concern building on on history here. The digestate we're hearing can be used as fertilizer. We in Clarington we've had to deal with I forget what the name Nutrizorb or the sound beams. There was another Nutra. It was it's not coming to me, but the stuff was just nasty. It was supposed to make the land better. Sewer sludge. If you've been anywhere that is being put on fields, you will never ever forget it. So given the experiences that we've had with those, how is the digestate handled such that it isn't an issue for odor?
We thank you for the question. We did talk about this, and you did express that concern. Since that time, I had a chance to talk to our consultant, asking him whether this was odorous, and also Paul Taylor. He's the man who actually runs the Elmira facility. They both indicated this is not an odorous compound. Basically, it's non-odorous because you've taken away the carbons. That's what goes into the development of the biogas. So they've indicated it's not. I can put you on to Paul Taylor. They have agreements with the local agricultural community in Elmira that use this facility, and it, as he said, it is registered as a fertilizer. So they've indicated it's not odorous. I guess we'd have to go up there and smell it to satisfy you.
Yeah, you know what? It could be, and frankly, I mean it was. I'm sorry, I was thinking it was Nutrizorb was the name of it, and that was my recollection was a number of typically people who were renting land would get paid to get the stuff dumped. So it was neither helpful for the property. As a matter of fact, it was potentially, I can't state this as a fact, potentially detrimental to the property and not at all pleasant stuff. So I think some more information on the digestate in terms of odor, as well as what it does. My understanding is that there is a private facility that is being proposed for Oshawa. I know that Oshawa has some real concerns with the siting of that traffic and whatnot, and we've had the discussion. What can you tell me about that facility, and is it possible that the region save a whack of money and simply use that? I have concerns with that, by the way, but I'm curious as to your point of view.
It's Susan speaking, Mayor Foster. We've taken a hard look at that proposal as well, and to some degree anticipated questions like this. The proponents for that site have been involved in various waste initiatives, and if you could see me right now, I have finger quotes around waste initiatives. So they do have some history in terms of waste management. We would be cautious, let me put it that way, to be involved in a project like that, or a process like that where we have a private owner. And in part, our reason for that is the reliability or not of those services being available. I think about waste management along the same lines to some degree as some of the other services we provide, and the reasons why we keep them public, so that they're here for the duration. They're not here for profit. They're held to very high standards in terms of quality and the things that we do. So we would be very hesitant as staff to be recommending to Regional Council that we hook on to a proposal like that may or may not have the longevity of something that we would manage on our own.
Well, and certainly having control over the operations and emissions has been key in the past. Councillor, I think it was Councillor Neal was asking about bringing waste in from other areas, and Ms. Baxter-Tahir, you're saying absolutely not. Is the region prepared to enter into an agreement with Clarington that would spell out exactly where the waste comes from, which would be Durham, not Durham and York, not Durham and Toronto, but it would be purely Durham waste?
Yes, we would be prepared to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and one of the reasons for doing this, you're talking about things that are otherwise going to the EFW, and we've heard that the EFW eventually, as time goes by, would need to be expanded. But this will buy, I think I recall the number was 30%. What amount of time does this buy us in terms of having to go to, I think the next big step up was 250. So how many years would you see as it was the 30% accurate? And my memory is not as great as it should be. So what does that look like if we're, something that we'd rather not see? You hold that off as long as possible. So what does this buy us?
So, Mr. Mayor, conservatively, it would take us beyond 2032. And then basically it's depending on how well we do with some of our other initiatives that could extend that even further into the future.
Okay, and what might those other initiatives be?
Well, we'd like to talk about diapers and pet waste coming out and into the green bin, which would be a significant improvement to our process, and that would also divert that waste.
So that will be very important to Clarington moving ahead. And again, and you'll see where I'm building. If you haven't been in Clarington, we've had the compost facility right there. There are a number of lessons that have been learned. And we thought the current capacity of the EFW was going to last for some time, and we hear now that we're already doing bypass. So whatever confidence you can get, and again, whether it's possible by an agreement, whatever confidence you can give us in not expanding that any sooner than absolutely necessary. So I'm going to end with that. Again, I'm going to thank you for the time and effort. I know there will be a lot more dialogue going into this, and we'll see what happens at the region on the 27th, I suppose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a second time around?
Okay.
Couple of questions came up.
Yeah, wait 1 second. So Ms. Siopas, Ms. Baxter-Tahir, Joe, are you still there?
Yes, we're all still here.
Okay, good. Okay, so a motion for a second time around, seconded by Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I will.
Okay, all in support say yes.
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 Yeah.
Anyone in opposition? And that is carried. Go ahead, Councillor Hooper.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I apologize that I'm asking the question, but I don't think my first question was really because I kind of maybe in the discussion it didn't come across the way I kind of asked it whether there was any other North American sites, and now I'm hearing there's Elmira and there's another place called Driscoll Road, and I thought there was another one too. So there's actually 3 sites in North America then that you're kind of patterning this after, or is this based on a European site?
So I'm going to try my best to be really clear with this answer, and if I'm not, please tell me. So
Okay.
there are various components to the system that we are proposing here. We're proposing what's called mixed waste pre-sort. There is not another mixed waste pre-sort in North America. We are proposing AD. There are AD sites in North America. We're proposing to connect all of that to the EFW, and we are proposing to have resource recovery out of both components. That's integrated system does not exist in North America. The mixed waste pre-sort does not exist in North America. AD does, and so does incineration.
Okay, and to be clear, AD Disco Road is Etobicoke. You had mentioned Elmira, and did you suggest that Toronto had another AD facility?
Yes, Toronto has a second one. They call it Dufferin, and they are in the process of developing a third one for the east side of Toronto.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why would it not be wise for us to send our waste that way as opposed to this way?
That goes back to the integrated system that I just described, where we manage our own waste, we take care of our own waste, and we recover resources from our own waste.
So I take it these are private enterprises then? Is that what I'm to understand? The
Elmira site is private. The 2 Toronto sites that currently exist are public. The third one that Toronto is considering, I don't know where they're going with that one yet. I don't think they know yet.
Okay, and if I could just ask a favor, could you please just give me the address of those places so I can, do some further research? Thank you.
Yes, I'll make arrangements to get the Clarington Council information on those sites so you can look it up.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Sorry, I maybe misunderstood when I asked the question.
Oh, that's good. So the one is 120 Disco, just like your favorite music, Councillor Hooper. 120 Disco Road. And if Mr. Anello, if it's you forwarding that information, if you get it to the clerk, she will distribute it to council.
Thank you.
Mayor Foster?
Mm-hmm. Councillor George?
Yes, thank you. So in 2007, I went to the Otter Creek in Halifax and watched the sorting of waste on a conveyor belt. So prior to it being, it was digested some sort and then went into the landfill. So what was that? What's that facility then, if that's not waste pre-sort?
So that facility was for their landfill. So basically, they were fluffing up the waste and trying to remove the organics. That facility failed. What they found was it did not work the way they anticipated. So when we were building the DYC back in 2010, 2011, the technology for mixed waste pre-sort had not yet been developed. We are now looking at systems that are using artificial intelligence to actually provide some very good pre-sorting, and that is what we anticipate moving forward with.
Okay, thank you. But what they were actually taking items out of the waste stream, recyclable items. They were taking all the beverage containers out of the waste stream because there was a deposit on them. It was not just fluffing up the waste prior to going to landfill.
Yeah, so they were. So there are examples of mixed waste pre-sorts that are around the world. In Europe, what we were looking for is a mixed waste pre-sort that was specifically looking at a primary requirement of removing the organics. That is our first objective, is removing the organics. The second is to remove the metals and bottles. And then the third is any other marketable plastics, so that it'll be the only one of its kind that has that type of complements coming off the end of the facility.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anything further? Okay, this time we're really going to let you go. So, thank you all for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Okay. The clerk is mentioning, if any of you are still on, that if you choose to watch the rest of the meeting, you can in fact watch online, but I think they will be released. Is that a polite way of saying kicked out of the meeting? So they would have to go to the streaming to see how the meeting carries on. Ladies, would you like a break, or shall we? Yes, please. So I wonder if I could have a motion for a 10-minute break, please.
I'll give you that.
Okay, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Schwartz.
I'll second that.
Councillor Jones, thank you. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. That is carried. So if we can be back at 8:46. Thank you. additional amount of time to wash my hands, which is a good thing. I expect, Madam Clerk, we are set to go. We'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Anderson, are you with us?
I am.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Jones?
I'm here.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Trail, by any chance? So we've tried a couple of different phone numbers, email addresses, and texting, so you know. And Councillor Zwart, are you with us?
I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you ever so much, all. So we will carry on. We're into Section 10. Section 8, it would be delegations. We have none. Section 9 would be communications for information. We have no communications for information. 10 are communications for direction. There are 2. 10.1 is a confidential memo from Faye Langmaid regarding the Curtis Waterfront and Energy Park secondary plan. The suggestion is that be referred to item 8 of the joint committee report. And the other 10.2 is a confidential memo from Rob McIver, and this is regarding Cedar Crest Beach, beach erosion / property loss. And the recommendation is to refer that to consideration of item 7 of the joint committees. Councillor Jones, are you good moving those as per the recommendations in the agenda?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Hooper, would you be kind enough to second those?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you consider this a procedural matter? No, she will not. All right, we'll call the vote. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Trail? Don't hear. Councillor Zwart?
Yes.
Okay, and those are moved. That moves us down to item 11. And these are the committee reports. We've got advisory committee reports from the Clarington Heritage Committee dated April 21, 2020, and minutes from the Tourism Advisory Committee dated April 21, 2020. Councillor Zwart, I believe you have those.
Yes, I do, and I move that the advisory committee reports be approved.
All right. Councillor Neal, would you be good enough to second those?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any polls before we vote on that? I hear no polls. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Neal? Or sorry, Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Trail, I will call. Councillor Zwart?
Yes.
And those are carried. We have Councillor Neal, and your declaration is noted on 1D. So we have the joint GG and planning report of April 27th.
So moved by myself, if I can get a seconder, that the recommendations contained in the joint General Government and Planning and Development Committee report of April 27th, 2020 be approved on consent. I'm going to have a number of polls once it's seconded, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Zwart, are you good with seconding that?
I am.
Perfect.
So I pull 1D for my conflict, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, whoa, slow down. Okay, 5.
5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. All right, so we've got 1D, and then we have 5, 6, 7, and 8. Members of council, do we have any other polls? Okay, I don't hear any other polls, so I will call the question on the balance. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Zwart?
Yes.
And those are carried. So on item 1D, Councillor Neal, your declaration is noted. I wonder if I can have a mover and a seconder on that, please.
I'll move it.
Okay, that's Councillor
Second.
Zor. Yes.
I will
Okay,
second
that-
it.
Yeah, I think I heard Councillor Hooper seconding that first. Yes.
Yep,
Okay, and that's just move as noted in the agenda. Yes.
that's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments on 1D? Call the question. Councillor Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Hooper,
Yes, sir.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Zord,
Yes.
and that is carried. Councillor Neal, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I didn't know if we needed to phone you. It's always a little bit different, if you will. So bear with me. So, Councillor Neal, your first item was 5, and that is Gravenhurst regarding support for adding community gardens, garden centers, and essential services.
Well, I was gonna move that to be received for information. I can
Sure.
explain why I think that's the appropriate.
Yeah. Councillor Jones, are you good with seconding that?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty.
So if I could ask a question through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is on Friday that this was basically done by the provincial government, what this motion asked for. So if that's the case, then I don't think we should be writing to Doug Ford asking him to do something he's already done. So.
Great. So, Madam Clerk, so it would be something of a moot point. It's my understanding that that is correct, that in fact there has been an expansion to existing to businesses. So the community gardens already, yes, and I believe garden centers.
So, that's Mr. McIver.
Mr. McIver or Mr. Allison, can you give us more certainty than the clerk could?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that prior to the joint committee meeting, the community gardens were approved to resume their activity. And as of today, nurseries are permitted to resume business for curbside pickup.
All righty. So members of council, do we have any questions about that? Motion on the floor is to receive for information. I'll call the question. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Zord?
Yes.
And that is carried. Thank you. The next item is the ward boundary review. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, I'll move as written. I did have some questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Zwart, would you be kind enough to second that? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Trail had made the point that the last time this was done without a outside consultant. So I did sort of hear what she said about that and was wondering if there's some reason why this time we would need an outside consultant to do this work or assist in this work, I guess.
Madam Clerk. Well, give her a moment.
Through the chair, I can't speak for the process back in '96 when this was last done, but I do know in speaking to other clerks, the work that's involved is very analytical. It can become very political, if you will. It can be quite contentious with members of the public. And in speaking with other clerks and my understanding of the project, it is my recommendation that an external consultant undertake the work with the assistance of staff throughout the project as required. We certainly aren't stepping completely away from the project, but it's our recommendation that the work be undertaken and led by the external consultant and the analysis done by the consultant.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Do you have any further questions or comments on that? All right, then on the motion, I'll call the question. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Zwart,
Yes.
and those are carried. And Councillor Neal, you've got 7 and 8. I'm guessing that you're moving them to the end of the agenda to deal with in an in-camera session.
7.
So we do have, we did refer item 10.2, which is a confidential memo.
Yeah, I didn't really have any questions. I don't think about. Well,
So,
I'll move that to the end. Yeah, I'll
okay,
give that.
perfect, because there is maybe some more information we might want to hear. Okay, so a motion by Councillor Neal to move to the end of the agenda so that we can deal with that in camera. Would you be willing to second that? Councillor Hooper, I'll pick on you.
I will.
Okay, well, that was
My
Councillor.
microphone on mute.
That's
sorry.
all right. Was that Councillor Jones?
It was Councillor Swart.
Councillor Schwartz, sorry. Okay, so on the motion to move it to the end of the agenda, sorry, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'll call the question. All in support, say yes.
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 Opposed, say
Yes.
no. Okay, and that is carried. And item 8, you may want to do the same if you want to deal with Ms. Langmaid's report or not.
I didn't have, Ms. Chair, I wasn't going to move that into closed session personally, but I would give you a motion on 8 as written with a couple, and then I was going to propose an amendment, so.
Okay, so why don't we do that? And if we want to discuss Ms. Langmaid's report, then we would move in camera. If not, we don't need to. So, Councillor Neal, go slowly with the amendments for the clerk's sake, if you would.
Well, I guess, do I need a seconder to, first of all, put the motion as written?
Sure, if you want to come with them, yeah, we can either do it as amended or let's do it that way. So
Okay.
if I can have a seconder on 8 and then Councillor Neal will come forward.
Okay, I'll second it.
Councillor Anderson, thank you.
So
Councillor Neal?
one amendment, Mr. Chair, is just a housekeeping amendment, but that's where it says that Clarington declare itself to be an unwilling host community agreement to anaerobic digestion. I was going to insert the word "the" anaerobic digestion and waste pre-sort facility as recommended in the preliminary siting report. So insert the word "the" between "to" and anaerobic. And the second amendment, the second part of that amendment was the following: the staff report back on whether this is a breach of the host community agreement from 2010.
All right. So, Councillor Neal, do you, in that councillor declared itself to be an unwilling host community to the anaerobic?
That's correct.
Do you want to insert the word regional, or are we just opposed to anaerobic digestion? You know what? It doesn't matter.
No, I'm comfortable with the regional. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Certain words, the regional.
Okay. So let's, we've got that and that staff report back on whether this is a breach of the EFW host community provisions.
From 2010.
Right. All right. Do you have a seconder on the amendments?
I will second the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. On the amendments, do we have any questions or comments?
I just have some brief comments. I was just scanning through some of the comments made, Mr. Chair, at the region when actually all three of us, being Councillor Anderson, yourself, and myself, question, about the site. And at that time, I tried to introduce an amendment essentially to say the site's selection process will include an element of equity here. That, in other words, no single municipality should be expected to take on the burden for the entire region of waste. And, you know, Clarington has the EFW facility. Now, you know, the expectation is that we will also have this facility. And the comments from the councillors at the time, I was just kind of refreshing myself, looking at one of the news reports, was essentially, well, that's too premature. You know, like we need all the information. That's too big a decision right now to, you know. But then, then what happened? Right shortly after that, GHD is, you know, coming up with a quote preliminary site report. I don't recall actually regional council asking for that, and now it's, oh, the site's been selected. You know, so on the one hand, it was too early to talk about equity, and now, you know, the site's been selected. So I think we all know what really is involved here, and we can make all the planning arguments we want. I think they'll fall pretty much on deaf ears, unfortunately. And what I'm questioning is, was it ever contemplated when the council of the day decided to sign that host community agreement for the incinerator, whether this would become part and parcel of that? So, and the one important provision in that is that we quote undertook it, that we Clarington would not oppose the development or operation of the EFW facility. So what's interesting about that is this not a quote development of the EFW facility? So, you know, because now it's being portrayed as, well, it's part and parcel of the entire EFW facility. It's an integrated approach to waste. So, so I think Clarington, you know, unfortunately, in 2010, really wasn't looking down the road that this would all become part of the EFW facility and used as the primary justification for putting it down there. You know, there's all kinds of land elsewhere that, and I think it was given pretty minimal consideration. There's the facility in Whitby that already has the recycling. You know, no mention of whether that would be more compatible, given the fact that the whole point of waste separation is to try and pull out recyclables. So, you know, which if the thing actually works, you know, apparently 30% of what's in the bags is supposed to be compostable. There's supposed to be recyclables coming out of the bags as well. So is it really that big of an advantage to have it right next to the FW? I don't understand that. So anyway, I think we need to take a serious look at that. And unfortunately, I think we're not really going to get anywhere unless we have leverage with the region. So, and that might have to come in the form of, who knows, whatever options are available to us arising out of the host community agreement. So everything I'm hearing is it's going there. It's a formality on May 27th. So, I mean, it's disappointing, but that's where we are. So let's take a serious look at that. Thanks. I'll ask for a recorded vote on that.
So, Councillor Neal, before you wind up, you're looking for advice from staff on the legality under the EFW host community agreement.
And what options it affords us, Mr. Chair. That's all. Well,
would you not be looking for information beyond the host community agreement?
Okay. Such as what?
So,
such as?
Well, I think that, you know, it'll behoove us to understand what abilities the region has, what approvals the region needs. So if we're looking for leverage, just in the regular process, whether it's a planning process, so the region in their sphere of influence have the ability to do this, but what do they need from Clarington?
Sure. I mean, I thought that had kind of been spelled out already in our staff's memo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you know what,
so
I think they'll.
I certainly open to you know, expanding that. I think, but the point I guess I was trying to understand is, Does this mean that we're essentially no longer bound by some of the commitments we made, right? Because of the fact that maybe this breaches the commitments the region made. I don't know. I think we need to explore that. I'm certainly open to any and all suggestions about that staff have about other options, Mr. Chair.
So I think staff are listening, and so I think they'll bring that to us. Okay, sorry, the clerk is trying to get my attention.
Just before you call the vote on that, the paragraph that reads that staff be requested to provide, it should state that confidential memo from staff regarding.
So why don't you read it back? So the clerk is going to read it back, and I guess the other, Councillor Neal, is when you would like to see this. So let's get the clerk to read back the one portion. Oh, sure.
The amendment that is before you includes that in paragraph 2, the words "the regional" be inserted before anaerobic digestion. That the new paragraph be added that staff report back on whether or not this was a breach of the community host agreement from 2010. And I also want to point out that in the main motion, the paragraph third from the bottom should now read that the confidential memo from staff regarding development options being explored for the waterfront park be received. At committee, that paragraph was requesting staff to report back. So at council, it's receiving that report.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so should we be just deleting that clause at this point? Well, the confidential memo regarding development, is that?
Through the chair, I would suggest that you simply say that it was, that the confidential memo be received.
Okay, I'll give you that.
It acknowledges that it was received.
That's what you said, wasn't it, Councillor Neal?
Kind of, yeah, in a roundabout way. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, the one concern, and if I could be permitted, do I still have the floor, or did I wrap up?
Well, I think you did, but go ahead.
I think I get to wrap up on it. So the one, I'm just reading the host community agreement right now. EPCOR is supposed to be involved in this, and I don't know if they're still going to be involved come May 27th or not. It's a little unclear to me, but if they are, does that mean it's a quote public use? Maybe that question, maybe I direct that to Ms. Langmaid or Mr. Allison.
Okay, well, we're just on the amendment at this point in time.
Okay.
Right.
But so it kind of arises out of the host community agreement, I guess.
I
guess that's something that we could, you know what, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw that question because that's something that could be developed in the course of the memo, but
okay.
Or the report back. I would suggest that it should come in June. That's all.
Okay.
Because my understanding is the council, regional council decision is supposed to be May 27th. If so, you know, sometime in June is fine with me.
Okay. To Ms. Langmaid is, I guess, Mr. Allison, because this is multidisciplinary. So is June doable? June 15th, the clerk is telling me.
Okay.
So, Mr. Allison?
Through the chair, it's Ms. Langmaid. I finally unmuted myself. I would think June 15th is doable, but it would also require the municipal solicitor.
Mr. McIver?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, I'll work with the planning department, CAO, to provide some options, some ideas.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So on the amendment, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Zor, yes?
So I'm just wondering, are we comfortable with saying the regional facility or anaerobic digestion, or shouldn't we just call it what it is, Durham Region's anaerobic digestion?
I think we're good with the regional digestion. It does say waste pre-sort, so I think it's unlikely that anytime soon we're going to have a proposal for another regional anaerobic digestion and pre-sort facility.
So is that regional with a capital R?
It was my intention, and the clerk is nodding her head yes.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? So on the amendment, I'll call the question. Oh,
Recorded vote.
that was a recorded vote on the amendment. All right, Madam Clerk.
On the amendment, Councillor Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Zwart,
Yes.
Councillor Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Hooper,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Foster.
Yes.
All right, and that motion is carried.
I'd ask for a recorded vote on the main motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so questions or comments on the main motion?
I do have a couple if I could.
Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Again, I think our planning staff did a good job of putting together, as I indicated, the committee, they marshaled, I thought, in a clear way, some of the issues raised by this. Unfortunately, I think if anybody was listening tonight, if any member of the public was listening, I think they would have come away with the conclusion that in spite of those, that there will not be consideration given to those arguments. I had a hard time with the architectural treatments. Again, I don't fault anybody for doing their best, but it just conjures up images of curved smokestacks and so on that is difficult to sit and listen to. Architectural treatments isn't the issue. It's what are we envisioning for that area, and has that been fundamentally altered? I think so. So, unfortunately, I guess just talking planning isn't going to solve our problem. So I'm looking forward to working with staff and all the council to, I think we should all unite on this one, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, if we're divided on, then we're not going to do very well on this one. So let's all say yes. And with sort of unity of purpose, do the best we can for Clarington residents. So thanks.
Okay, before you cede the floor, Councillor Neal, and I think each councillor should weigh in on this in their discussion, will be direction to staff as well as the regional councillors. That on the one hand, we believe that this is a done deal. A couple of weeks ago, we were concerned with making sure that we were at the table to see what we might be able to negotiate with the region. So if each of you is the expectation that we have declared ourselves a non-willing host, or are we declare ourselves a non-willing host, but we are still willing to talk with the region to see what benefits the region might bring Clarington's way. So if you would think to speak to that, Council, so we all understand what we're doing moving forward. So I'll pose that question of you, Councillor Neal, before you cede the floor.
Well, to me, it's what we're saying essentially by this motion is we don't believe it serves our long-term purposes by siting it there. So if they want to look at a different site in Clarington, then, you know, I don't think we're saying nothing in Clarington. Having said that, Clarington is, as I said earlier, Clarington has done its bit for, you know, regional waste. So it should be some other municipalities stepping up. And with all the great advantages that I've heard about tonight, zero odor, zero emissions and all that stuff, why would anybody oppose it? But I think we all know a little better than that. We're going to be spending a lot of money on this waterfront. We're looking for significant investment in the energy park. And as I said at the committee, I don't think this was within the realm of contemplation when this energy park was conceived of originally. And to me, it's just the wrong place to put this facility. We've already done enough, but look, we have to use all our arguments because of the compressed timeframe. So yeah, we are an unwilling host, and we'll do whatever we can to prevent this from going there. But you know, if we lose that argument, and who knows where the argument's going to go? If the argument has to end up in court, it ends up in court. If it has to end up in arbitration, so be it. But at the end of the day, if they're not going to listen to our planning arguments, then those are what we're going to have to do. So thank you.
So Councillor Neal, the question was actually the expectation moving forward is are we expected to negotiate with the region? So we're making the statement that we're an unwilling host. So should staff be talking with the region to look for items? Okay,
Look, can I answer that?
Yes, no, I'm genuinely.
At this point, we shouldn't be talking about what color the siding is going to be. That's all I'm saying, or what, you know, whether it's going to be a nice architectural. That's not that shouldn't be on one of the talking points right now. The talking point should be this shouldn't be there, but that's all.
Okay, so you'll understand why I'm asking this. Is, you know, staff will need to know. So at this point, you know, there is no negotiation from your point of view, and I'll hear from the rest of council that staff understand what it is, that we are unwilling, period. We're not going to be talking about any benefits.
Again, I would go back to the wording of the motion, because it says, you know, we're adopting the comments. We're asking them to address the comments. You know, we want them to contribute to our objectives. And it's not the Durham Energy Park, okay? It's or campus, whatever they want to call it. It's Clarington.
Councillor Neal, yep, we really don't need to go there. Just that's really not it's not what I was looking for. I was asking about whether staff are negotiating or not.
We're not negotiating as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Anderson, I heard you.
Yeah, I agree.
For general comments as well, please.
General comment. I agree with Councillor Neal to a point, but if there are no legal avenues or any legal way out that we can get out of this, we should at least get something out of it. We are not naive. I am not naive. We know what the vote will be at the region. So if all other avenues fail, whether legal, there's no legal way out of it, then I guess we should weigh those options, what benefit we can derive for Clarington, at least from the region. I think that wholeheartedly.
All right, and beyond that question, I just wanted to make sure that we all understood what we were, you know, what we were expecting moving forward.
Yeah,
okay,
and we are.
Okay.
I have emphasized the fact that we are an unwilling host, so that's a given. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
I have a question or comment, I should say.
Okay, I got Councillor Hooper.
Okay. Councillor Zork go first.
Councillor Zork, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm on the declaring ourselves an unwilling host. Say full stop. I have no confidence in the region delivering on waste projects. A couple weeks ago, they increased the bag limit at the incinerator, and now they need an emergency increase in the capacity. So, where'd that come from? And I really want to hear from OPG where they stand on this. I'd rather hear it from them than through the region. So, yeah, notwithstanding those comments, I am supporting the unwilling host.
All right, and should we be negotiating with the region? What I'm just trying to get a sense of what council expects.
No, I think no.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hooper.
Yes, and I think everyone got the gist of my question. The very first question I asked, or one of the questions, was in regards to the overall plan when we opposed the EFW. I think in hindsight, this was part of the final project or final part of the puzzle. And I think that from the get-go that they knew what was going to happen next. And I firmly believe that this was part of the overall plan. And I think they got that from it's not me, sorry. I'm not trying to sing. So in regards to negotiating, I don't know whether, I don't think we're going to get anything out of this anyways, but it's worth a try. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And if you did opt to sing, none of us would complain. We've all heard you sing. You're pretty good.
Yeah, right.
Okay, anything further on that?
If I could just add something very quick.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Jones.
I agree with everything everyone has said, and I have heard from a number of residents, even just today. The residents of Curtis do not want this in this location. And I think, honestly, some of their words were not as polite, but they feel like they're being dumped on. They feel that we already have the incinerator. They didn't want that. They fought that. And I'm just sensing from the residents that I've spoken to today is that they're almost giving up. It's like, the region just keeps dumping this stuff on us, and they're frustrated, and they are really concerned about their waterfront, that they want this to be a beautiful, amazing place, as matter how long it's going to take to build it. And they really don't want that there. So I'm in agreement to be an unwilling host, and I don't think that we should be negotiating. And I do think that we should all stand together and take a firm stand on this and say that we don't want it in that location. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the, it is, the will of council is quite clear. I think the timing of this is a bit unfortunate, exactly to the words that I used at committee last week, that if we were going to negotiate, if we were going to look to things that we might get that would benefit the community, the time to do that was prior to declaring ourselves an unwilling host. I'm going to support the motion because it's quite clear where council wants to go with it. I think Councillor Neal is 100% correct in terms of falling on deaf ears. The challenge is when staff presents this on the 27th to regional council, there will have to be a set of regional councillors that say, you know what, we don't mind if this comes into our community, and the next choice would likely be Whitby. I suspect that Whitby will not stand up and say, yes, please, we're quite happy. And that's the only way that this is not coming to Clarington at this point in time, is for the region to say so. So again, my comments on Monday, I think I heard that we needed leverage to see what our options were. Unfortunately, we've put all of our cards on the table up front. Again, I will support the motion because it's quite clear where it is that we're heading on this. My only question is, Ms. Lang made the report that you've given us. I understand the legality of the confidentiality behind it. Is there a reason that we don't want to share that with the region?
I would say yes. It's a matter of timing. At this point, staff has only had it for about 4 or 5 days. We have not thoroughly reviewed it, and we have not reviewed it with the landowners or the steering committee for that project. So as a matter of course, eventually it would be made public, but at this point, it is not the right time.
Okay, fair enough. The landowners might want to know what we're saying about their land. Can you comment? We heard from Mr. Mueller in terms of the planning justification. I think the advice that you're giving us is, even if it were close to the waterfront, which was where the heavier industrial was supposed to go in the energy park, but there is a divergence of opinion there. Could you expand on that?
I wrote a comment down. The one thing that Mr. Mueller never got around to saying was that he agreed, he didn't acknowledge that this was not the best land use, but from the region's perspective, it makes sense.
Not necessarily from ours.
Correct.
Ms. May, thank you for your work on this. Thank you. Madam Clerk, Councillor Neal had asked for a recorded vote.
May I clarify? The amendment.
Sure, that was kind of garbled.
Oh, sorry, I just unmuted. Through the chair, I just want to confirm that the amendment that you had put forward, Councillor Neal, you had said that staff report back in June on whether this is a breach. And I just want to confirm that the word "this" suggested that Clarington declare itself as an unwilling host is what you meant by this.
It's when I say this, I'm referring to the siting of the this anaerobic digestion facility in the Clarington Energy Park is a breach of the host community agreement. Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Not this motion. It's the
Right.
actions of Durham, not our actions.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Glad I clarified that. On the main motion as amended, Councillor Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Zwart,
Yes.
Councillor Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Hooper,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Foster.
Yes. And that motion carries. All right. So we will deal with item 7 at the end of the agenda. This brings us to staff reports. We have 12.1, which is report FND-010-20, and this is the COVID-19 cash flow analysis. I don't know that anyone has that. Councillor Hooper, why don't you move that, please?
I will do that, sir, as soon as I find the unmute button.
Yeah, really. Councillor Zwart, you good on seconding that?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Pinn?
I had some.
Go ahead, Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Apologize. So I'm asking about section 2.10. It says it's assumed the dividends from Lexicon Energy of $1,045,000 will not be received, but will be deferred. I'm just wondering why. Is that something that can be addressed in open session, or is that because nobody's paying their hydro bills, or what?
So I can address that in global terms. All of the utilities are concerned with exactly what's happening with the municipality, which is we don't know moving forward if people will or will not pay their bills. But you'll recall, Councillor Neal, that the utilities have to pay the full bill. So while the delivery charge is perhaps 22 cents on the dollar, the utilities have to pay the full freight. There is dialogue going on with the province now to look for relief. And then it gets further compounded that there's a moratorium on cutting off service. So if the province does not see their way clear to provide, some relief for the utilities, they'd be paying, 5 times to the province what they normally did for stuff that wasn't collected.
Okay. At some point, I'd like to see some kind of a report come forth on the lexicon, because I don't think we've heard a lot since the merger happened. So just down to section 2.14, I'm not really clear what it says. At this point, no adjustments have been made to June onwards to regular part-time staff. What is it? I'm not clear what that means.
Mr. Penn?
Through the chair, what that means is, and I think it might actually be a typo on my part, but we've only made adjustments for the community services, and I believe that actually should be full-time.
Right, that's kind of what I kind of wrote down was, is that?
Yeah, I believe that's a typo. I believe that should be full-time.
But what does it mean by, quote, made to June onwards? Does that mean that there's no plans to do anything about any full-time staff? Because I thought that there was some sort of, anyway, I'm not clear what that's saying.
Through the chair, this cash flow at this point assumes that we would be, starting to ramp back up. We had not ruled out a summer session at this point. So there was some hope that we were just looking at the end of May for the cash flow. With the provincial extension of extension of the orders, this is kind of a work in progress, and things are changing frequently. But at the time that this analysis was undertaken, we were hoping to at least start back with some summer programming.
I guess I'd have a question, Mr. Chair. I think it would probably involve going into a closed session.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, why don't we allow other members of council to ask their open session questions, and then I'll take a motion to table it to the end of the meeting. Are you done with your open session questions, Councillor? All right. Do any other members of council have questions on the report?
Yes, Councillor Hooper, I may have one for in closed session too as well, so
okay.
Leave it to then.
Fair enough. Anyone with anything further? So Mr. Pinn, I'm sorry, we've had a couple of discussions about this, and I'm trying to get my head around on the rate stabilization fund, which is sitting, I thought it was over 6. You've got a cash balance. I'm not sure if you're talking about the same thing. So my question would be the rate stabilization fund where it is today versus where you anticipate it will be at the end of the year, because that's really how we're, how we're going to offset a number of these lumps.
Through the chair, we're anticipating the 2019 ending being around 6. Council will recall that they approved approximately $1.1 million to come out of the tax rate stabilization reserve fund as part of the 2020 budget. We are currently reviewing the direction from council at the last meeting for a tax rebate program under Section 365. And I believe the cap at the time was set at 2 million. So if you take that out, you're down about half of the tax rate stabilization reserve fund. That does not take into account potential loss of interest income. Sorry, yeah, penalty and interest income, which would be 200,000, which has already been approved for May and June, or any further action there. And it would also not take into account the potential that we are not going to be hitting our investment income target, or if this does get extended further beyond June 1st, the impact there for income impact. So we are looking, we're not as bad as some municipalities that would have a transit system or social services, but there is the potential for, at this point, I believe we were looking at about $2 million loss.
Okay, so we could see that fund go to 4, but certainly the ability, whatever, I'm going to call it a stimulus package, whatever you bring forward on that, would it not make sense to take that out of the Economic Development Fund, the Port Granby monies?
That is through the chair. That is an option, and the 4 that you mentioned would not necessarily take into account the rebate. So if you were to take that rebate program out, you'd actually be closer down to 2.
No, a 2 net. So the 6 million turns into 4. Net. Right. Sorry, we're talking the same thing, opposite sides. So for the for members of council, I think Councillor Hooper was on council at the time. It was a number of years ago now, but you know, we were looking at a situation where we would have had, I think it was a year and a half worth of rate stabilization money available to us. And that was a really, I can tell you, sobering experience that if there were any bumps, it was going to have to go directly onto property taxes, which was not a good position to be in. All righty. So if there aren't any further questions, Councillor Neal, why don't you give me a motion to table this to the in-camera session?
I'll give you that motion.
Seconded by?
I'll second it.
Okay, and that was Councillor Zwart.
Right.
All in support, please say yes.
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 Opposed, say no.
Yes.
Okay, that is carried. All right. The other is we've got the report on report EGD dash 006 dash 20. And this is the, bear with me 1 minute. This was the Cedar Crest Road. This is EGD-00620 that was tabled from the joint committee. Is that not item 7 as well, Madam Clerk? So I'm trying to figure out what the distinction is between that and item 7 in the...
Same jurisdiction.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I was going to give you a motion to table those to the next council meeting when Councillor Trail's here.
Yeah, fair enough. Sure.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's no discussion. Yeah, so we need to lift it first. So Councillor Neal's going to lift it. Councillor moved to lift it. Councillor Anderson, I'm guessing, will second the lifting.
Second it, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call that a procedural question. All in support, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. That is carried. The lifting. Councillor Neal has moved, and Councillor Anderson to table that to, that was the next council.
Yes.
Councillor Neal. All right. Might I suggest a committee instead of council?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I think Councillor Trail should be here. That's all.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I think we need to get our heads around that. So on So it'll be June 11th on the table. May 11th. Okay, you got me all excited. So again, tabling procedural. I'll look for a yes for all in support.
Yes.
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 No
Yes.
for those opposed. And that is carried. The
Can I
next
give you a motion
is,
for a 5-minute, Mr. Chair?
why don't we do 10 minutes because the
Okay, motion for 10.
washrooms here are really crowded.
I'll second that.
Okay. Looking for yes in support of a 10-minute break.
Yes.
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 Opposed say no. That is carried. So if we can come back at 9:52, please. Thank you. Councillor Hooper. Councillor Hooper, are you with us? We'll go around. Councillor Jones, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
Great, thank you. Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Councillor Zwart?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Hooper, you are muted if you're at your computer. So why don't we just give it a moment or two longer for Councillor Hooper to come back. Oh, so the clerk has sent an email to all of you inviting you to the closed portion of the meeting. So that will happen after this, and we will need about 5 minutes to get things set up for that closed meeting. Councillor Hooper, are you with us? So you know that Councillor Hooper has accepted the meeting. He's got a slow kettle. And I give it a few seconds more, and then we can move on, and Councillor Hooper will be able to join us on the next report. Do you want to give him a call? He went into the wrong meeting. So bear with us just in case Councillor Hooper went into the... Can you be in a virtual meeting all alone when you're all alone anyway? It's sort of like an existential question. We're just going to give Councillor Hooper a call to make sure he's in the right meeting. So I haven't seen any of you guys in a while. Councillor Anderson, do you have long flowing hair?
No, not yet. Working on it.
I was going to buy some beads and get daisies put on my shirts.
All right.
Although I think what they suggest is I might be working on a reverse mohawk.
Sorry about that. I'm here.
All righty, Councillor.
But I don't know how to get off into the closed session. So
okay, so an email.
If I don't make it, I don't make it.
Yeah, no. So an email was sent. Just open the email, and if you click on the Teams meeting in the closed session. All right, so we're still in section 14, which is unfinished business. The report in front of us is 14.2, EGD-007-20, temporary bike lanes on Prestonvale Road. Would you have a motion for me, Councillor Jones?
I do. It's slightly different than what was recommended, but is it okay if I just read it out?
Yep, sure.
So number one, that report EGD-007-20 be received for information. Number two, that council move forward with temporary bike lanes as recommended by staff, the staff route, to include signage as recommended by staff, but not the use of the barrels. And number three, Prestonvale from Robert Adams to Bloor Street be no parking at any time for a temporary time to allow for cyclists. And I guess number four, signs for bike-friendly area be placed on the stretch of Prestonvale Road between Glen Abbey and Bloor. Number five, that all interested parties listed in report EGD-007-20 and any delegations be advised of council's decision. If I had a seconder on that.
I'll second.
Okay, do you by any chance, Councillor, have that typed that you can email it to the clerk?
I don't.
Okay, so here, why don't you, so if you.
Say it again?
Yeah, but slowly, and the clerk will capture that.
Okay. So number one, straightforward. For number two, and maybe I didn't word it properly, create temporary bike lanes using the staff recommended route. Signage as recommended by staff be used, but not the use of the barrels.
Well, yeah. I think you said signage as recommended by staff be used.
Correct.
Okay, but
not
barrels.
The use of barrels.
Okay, hold on for half a second. All right, keep going.
So the next number would be no parking at any time on Prestonvale from Robert Adams to Bloor Street.
Alrighty.
But I think I would add on there temporarily.
So temporary is until the end of the pandemic?
Well, maybe we need to discuss that as we move forward, but I would say until the end of end of August 2020.
All right, Madam Clerk.
And then signs for bike-friendly area to be placed on the stretch of Prestonvale between Glen Abbey and Bloor Street. And that all interested parties listed be advised of council's decision.
Bloor Street. All right, you want to read that back, Madam Clerk, to make sure that you've captured? Oh, it's bedtime.
Oh, that's my clock, yes.
Okay, so paragraph number 1 is that report EGD 00720 be received. Paragraph 2, that temporary bike lanes be created using the staff recommended route.
Correct so far.
And signage as recommended by staff be used, but not use the barrels.
Correct.
No, that temporary no parking signs at any time be posted on Prestonvale from Robert Adams to Bloor Street until the end of August 2020. And that signs for bike-friendly area be posted on Prestonvale from Glen Abbey to Bloor Street, and that all interested parties listed in the report and any delegations be advised of council's decision.
That's correct.
Councillor Neal.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor Hooper.
That's why I was waving.
Yeah, I know, I saw you. That works. Clerk, do you have your microphone on? That's way better. Thank you. All right, Councillor Hooper.
Yes, thank you. And through the mover, I'm a map guy and I'm a cyclist too. So that's why I'm looking at the map, which is on page 10. So out of those 3 routes, which one is it going to be? The green and then going across to Glen Abbey, on Glen Abbey, then the red? Or is it the green to the yellow down to, that's my question.
So how I understand it and how I have spoken to a few cyclists in the area, that we would not use the yellow line at all. So that's eliminated. The route would be the red line. So say you're starting up at Highway 2 on the map, and
Right.
You would go south on Prestonvale, which is the red line, and that's already where the urban shoulders are. And then it's at Glen Abbey, you start following the green line. And the reason for that, and first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Albright for the report. And I understand the challenges with Preston Vale. And the reason for that is between Glen Abbey and Bloor Street, the road is very narrow and it's very difficult to add bike lanes in there. So the green line would then be an alternate route to get down to south of Bloor, where there are already official bike lanes, which then leads down a route to the waterfront trail. And we're also doing this because to give alternates for social distancing during COVID. And why I was a little hesitant around the date is that if things are lifted in May or early June, I think this is something that we're going to have to continue for some period of time. But by making it temporary until the end of August, it gives us some time to see if this is going to work, if this is helpful to the community. And if it is just causing too many disturbances, then we can go back to how it was presently. Does that answer the question?
I think so. So what are we going to use for markings? We're going to use it on poles that are existing with the orange signs, I believe. And so the yellow portion, that's out of the picture altogether, correct?
That's right. Yeah. So you're not looking at the yellow part at all. For the markings, I think the barrels, number one, there's a big cost.
Oh, the barrels are out of the question. I agree.
Yeah, and also it would be very difficult for all the homes along Glen Abbey and Meadowglade. So I think just signage, if there's just signs there explaining it, and we put out messages on social media and things like that, just to alert people who live in the area, and also so people can use it appropriately as well. But I think the signs are a good idea, but the barrels are just, I don't think it's appropriate.
And if I could, through the chair to Mr. Albright, would there be any sharrows on the roadway at all, as far as just an arrow pointing, whatever, like they do similar to Brooklyn, where they have the arrows on the road, just so that people know that it's a shared between traffic and cyclists?
Through the chair, we did not include that in our price estimate because to include these as a temporary measure,
okay.
Sorry,
okay, I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
Because they're a temporary measure,
right.
I'm not quite sure how we would actually do that, but when I first started looking at this or responding to the request, I did mention that would have to happen for that, especially for that section between Glen Abbey and Bloor, where the road, legally the road is a shared facility as it's defined in the Highway Traffic Act. But when it is on a designated bike route, and the intent is to encourage cycling, we do similar to what we did on Nash Road in sections where we couldn't widen it. We did provide sharrows along the route just to heighten the awareness for cyclists or for vehicles about cyclists. So as the report was written, we did not contemplate any paint, temporary or otherwise, as part of this report.
Okay, thank you. And me being a part-time cyclist, I personally like the yellow line myself, but that's just me. And I like to go through neighborhoods, and I would imagine it'd be safer going through that area than it would be going down Prestonville. That's just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I've got Councillor Neal and then Councillor Anderson.
Mr. Chair, what is the time warp that's mentioned on the map there? What is that? On the right-hand side, anyway, it says time warp.
Through the chair, I would have to go back and research with
anyway,
Google. I believe it's probably a business that's
very important question
at the Curtis Flea Market. But
okay, so I was just joking. So the actual route then is going to go. The temporary bike lanes is red, then green, all like red, then green, right? That's the temporary bike lanes.
As I understand it, yes.
Okay, but then it says also we're not going to allow any parking from Robert Adams, so that's the top of the red, right down to Bloor Street, right? I'm struggling with that one a little bit. Why are we doing that? Why are we staying no parking?
You would have to ask the mover.
Is that
because the reasoning for that would be that we would like to make this official bike lanes, and official bike lanes, there would be no parking along there, but we're not able to do that because the road is too narrow in parts. And when you have a car parked on a bike lane, or in this case, an urban shoulder, what happens is the cyclist has to go around the parked car, and the road is not very wide in the first place, and it's unsafe for the cyclist to go around that. So we're trying to encourage people to get out and cycle and to be active and to have a safe route. And if they have to go around parked cars, which it is quite common to have parked cars on Prestonvale, that it's not safe for them. And there's a lot of people even walking on the sidewalks through there, and with social distancing, they're actually walking out onto the road to stay away from each other. So if there's cars parked along there, it just makes it that much more dangerous for the cyclists. So that would be my reasoning why we should be making that no parking along there. Because if we were able to make it as an official bike lane, you would not be allowed to park there.
But that's the bike friendly area as well. So the bike friendly area is different than the bike lanes.
So the bike friendly area is from Glen Abbey to Bloor Street, because that is very narrow in there. And we know that some people will continue to go south on Prestonvale to connect to the official bike lanes that are south of Bloor. They won't take that detour, which we are hoping that they will take the detour because it will be safer. But we know that some people will continue to go in the straight line south. That's why we need to make it clear to everyone that this is a bike-friendly area, because there will be cyclists using that.
So should the bike-friendly area not continue on down to Southfield to join up with the bike lane? I'm just not clear on why you ended.
It could. It could.
I wasn't clear on why you ended the bike-friendly area at Bloor, that's all.
It was just trying to make it more clear that it's a narrow space, it's not very safe, and that everyone should be aware that there will be cyclists going along that area.
All right. You might consider having it extend down to Southfield, but thanks.
All right, Councillor.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you. It's well intended, and as Ron said, I'm a part-time cyclist myself, and with COVID, I guess I'll be cycling more. I'm just wondering, through you, Chair, to Mr. Albright, is there any safety concern whatsoever with Prestonvale? I know sections of it it's a very narrow street to begin with, a 2-lane street. So I'm wondering if there are any concerns when it comes to public safety, because God forbid, heaven forbid, anybody get hurt cycling along there. And the second question, the cars, where are they going to park? Since they're no longer able to park in Prestonvale, where are they going to be parking these cars? Those are my questions, Chair.
Mr. Albright?
Through the chair. With regard to the safety of Prestonvale, as per the report, we had recommended bypassing, if we're putting in these temporary cycling facilities, bypassing the stretch from Glen Abbey to Bloor Street because of its narrowness, and depending on what type of cyclists you're trying to attract. If it's the The avid, I will akin them to Councillor Hooper as an experienced cyclist, and comfort level riding amongst traffic. That bottom section from Bloor to Glen Abbey would be comfortable for somebody like Councillor Hooper. Whereas if you have a family with younger age kids, I definitely would not recommend that section of road be encouraged for that type of cyclist use. Where we have a formal either off-road facility, ideally would be the perfect candidate for those types of users, or even if the younger user is somewhat experienced, the bike lanes, depending on the type of road that they're on, do provide a safe measure. But that bottom section, based on the dimensions that are out there and the traffic volumes, it's not a section that I wouldn't, as I did in a report included in the report, wouldn't recommend it as a temporary measure. And as for your second question, I can't really answer it other than in typical other typical situations where no parking is permitted along the main street. Residents either clean out their garage and try and park there, or the side streets are usually a candidate. So you might see some of this overflow parking on any of the side streets along Prestonvale, which in that stretch there aren't a lot, but if there's regular parking near the intersection of, let's say, Claret or even Robert Adams, you may see that parking spill onto the side streets if it's required by area residents for visitors or whatnot.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All righty. Do you have anything further on that?
Just through the chair, just one thing I'd like to direct to our solicitor. If this is a temporary measure, is it the intent by council that they would want this enforced as a true no parking facility? In which case, I believe I would direct this through our solicitor, but in which case I believe we would have to modify or amend our traffic bylaw so that no parking requirement could be enforced.
Mr. McIver?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if it's council's intention to prohibit parking on that stretch of road, then it would be my recommendation to temporarily amend that schedule of the traffic bylaw to describe the area for the temporary no parking. And if that is council's intention, and it's council's intention that it be enforced, there may be an issue. The clerk may want to comment on parking enforcement at this time. We may want to have a discussion about resources. I guess what I'm getting at is that we're not doing as much parking enforcement right now.
Through the chair, Mr. McIver is correct that enforcement has been focusing on other areas. Not that we aren't enforcing parking, but it's been, shall we say, stepped down a bit during COVID. Based on what I'm hearing through council at this point, we would obviously include this in an area of regular patrol. I don't want to contradict what the solicitor has said, but I understood that there was an opportunity in the traffic bylaw that where the director feels that a certain area can be temporarily marked as no parking. I may be incorrect on that, but.
Mr. Albright?
Through the chair, I'm not aware. I'll have to review that. I know that we can do, the director can, for no trucks, we can issue that through our office, but I will have to review the traffic bylaw for that provision with regards to temporary no parking.
Through the chair, then I would suggest that if the motion could be amended to include that the necessary amending bylaw be approved by council.
I'd be happy to amend that as you stated, and also to amend the signage for the bike-friendly area to include the route along to Southfield.
Through the chair, the portion.
I just need to see if we've got a seconder for that. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Go ahead, Mr. Robert.
The portion of Prestonvale from Bloor Street southerly to its urban limit, to the road's urban limit, is already a formal bike lane. So no parking is permitted. It's signed and painted as such as well. While we'd be glad to put the additional signage to the Southfield limit, just to help with maybe direction of the bike-friendly route, we could do that, but it wouldn't be required to prohibit parking or to kind of highlight the lanes. They're already painted and bylaw. They're in our bylaw as a official bike lane.
Okay, it's redundant, but it doesn't hurt, does it, Mr. Albright?
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, so on the amendment, questions, comments? Call the question. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper? This is on the amendment.
No.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Zord?
Yes.
And that motion carries. On the main motion, any further questions or comments?
Councillor Swart?
Go ahead, Councillor.
To the mover, I just wondered why you would rather go with the red route than the yellow route.
I've had a lot of, I've spoken with some of the residents who do cycle in the area, and they had requested, they wanted it along Prestonvale. And I think part of the reason also is that they hope that in the future that this will become official bike lanes. And it's a good opportunity as well to see how it would work on a temporary basis. And I think also that there's a lot of people that use Prestonvale for walking, for rollerblading, which they will be using the sidewalks, but this then allows the cyclists to use Prestonvale. I just think that the residents in the area have requested it along Prestonvale, so I'm trying to support them in that.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I have a comment. Yeah, and I understand where Councillor Zwart's coming from, being a cyclist, and usually what I like to do is, veer off the main cycling road sometimes and go through, like the yellow route to me made sense, because if you're going with a family, you want to go somewhere where it's safe for your whole family. I know this is probably to appease the avid cyclists, but sometimes, you have to sort of weigh. I mean, the avid cyclists are going to go that way anyway, and the people out with their families, and that's what I thought the original intent was, to allow families to participate with their. And I think Prestonvale, being a busy road, is kind of not the road that you'd want to go with your family. So that's just my 2 cents worth. That's why I didn't support So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Anything further?
If I could just add one last thing to reply to that, if I could. that Councillor Hooper, I would like to say then that there's a possibility this is the best of both worlds, that you'll get two different groups of people in there, and obviously families still can ride their bikes down Robert Adams, and that's a great alternative. And I think it makes two different groups of people happy in this situation.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you can read just the beginning of the motion back, please.
That report EGD 007 be received, that the temporary bike lanes be created using the staff recommended route and signage as recommended by staff be used.
Yes, perfect. So my concern with my concern that we've got is the motion says that the staff recommended route be used, when in fact we're not using the staff recommended route. So if the anticipation is that we're using the red route, I believe, Mr. Albright, that your recommendation is the yellow route, is it not? If we do anything.
No, it was an alternate for consideration. The route is the red and green.
Okay, so I read that wrong. Fair enough. My apologies. I'm sorry, I'm going to have a really difficult time supporting this for a couple of reasons. Councillor Jones, my concern was that the residents on Prestonvale, I think you're going to have a lot of very angry residents that will have no parking on the road. And a comment that you made a moment ago is there are hopes that in the future this would be turned into a bike lane. Suggests that this is maybe a trial to see if permanently there's no parking along Prestonvale. As you know, I'm on Prestonvale very frequently. I'll have to agree with Mr. Albright that it's narrow and dangerous in places. On Sunday I was out. The weather was gorgeous. I've got to tell you, and I don't doubt that it's getting busy, but the times when I was on Prestonvale, so I'm going to suggest a couple of times around 2 o'clock, there were not a lot of people. I did not see an issue with social distancing or cyclists, and I'll suggest again today the exact same. So I was, I guess, 4 trips on Prestonvale, and didn't notice it. So I think it's really well intentioned. I appreciate that, but it's very discreet in terms of looking at a particular road. Mr. Albright, I don't think I'm putting words in your mouth by saying this isn't something that you would have come up on your own and suggested or recommended to council. Is that
that is correct. There may be an opportunity, considering the objective that Councillor Jones is looking at. Mind you, with the directive of trying to stay home, I'm not sure, other than staying in your local neighborhood, promoting getting out and kind of adventuring amongst the other neighborhoods. But there may be an opportunity for staff to prepare something that might assist area residents to find a safe route to do a small exercise bike route within their own neighborhood, not just Prestonvale, but right across southern Curtis as well as northern Curtis. And I could commit to preparing something that I would have to review through communications as far as getting out. But there are, similar to what Councillor Hooper had mentioned, there are kind of I'll call them safer, but probably more appropriately, more comfortable streets for families to use within the neighborhoods north and south of Curtis, that you could do a nice bike loop. To think that somebody other than an avid cyclist is going to make their way down to the waterfront trail is not something I would recommend, considering the at this point in time, the facilities that we have to get down there. Over time, I mean, through the waterfront development work that through the secondary plans and other work that's happening, there is a vision to make a safer route down to the waterfront. But at this point in time, it's not quite there for somebody less than an avid cyclist. But there are other opportunities to provide some of the, I'll call them cycling loops or routes for families to do little short 1 kilometer to as far as probably 8 kilometer loops within their own neighborhoods in Curtis, which I can prepare something that I can bring back to council or circulate to council for review.
So, Mr. Albright, I think that's probably something that, the active transportation committee that we have, advisory committee, that sounds like something perfect right across the municipality as opposed to here. And do you know anything about riding bikes? Have I seen you on a bicycle every now and again coming to work?
Most days, yes. Unless,
Motion
yes.
for second time around, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Jones, second time around. Is that fair, Councillor Jones?
Absolutely, yes.
All righty, all in support, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. That is carried. Councillor Neal.
Well, Mr. Chair, so right now, if you were looking for a north-south route on a bike and you wanted to get down to the waterfront area, certainly wouldn't be Darlington Boulevard. You're taking your life in your hands on that street, whether you're cycling, walking, or whatever. So Prestonville already has lanes marked. They're just called urban shoulders right now. But I think, quite frankly, I've seen a situation where I was trying to get on to make a left-hand turn. I couldn't see anything. There were so many cars parked. So yeah, maybe some people might be upset, but I think that's becoming a problem with the parking. And I thought we were supposed to be trying to encourage active transportation. And, it's over the course of the summer, basically, that we're looking at whether this works. I thought the whole point of where we were trying to head with, pedestrian-friendly communities and bike-friendly communities was, yeah, like it might interfere with your parking on the street, but the lanes are there already, so it's not that big of a jump, is it, to go this route? I like I said, I don't know where else you would go on north-south unless you headed over to Curtis Road, but that's not exactly safe either. So I think it's worth giving it a good shot. That's all, and we'll learn from it. Thanks.
All right. Anything further? So Councillor Neal, I'd respond that if I was looking for a north-south, I honestly, and not just this. This is something I agree. We're supposed to be looking at this, but municipal-wide. This is why you might want to take a look at the committee. I'd suggest that Charles Road, there's a lot of space on Charles. Would probably be a far safer option on it. And let's call a spade a spade. If the issue is that so many cars are parked and the plan is to ban parking because of parked cars, I think it would only be fair to talk to the residents to let them understand that this maybe has more to do with parked cars. And I think there will be a lot of very upset individuals on the street to hear that what we suggested was something going to the end of August that had the potential to be a forever thing. I could be wrong, but I suspect. So with that, we'll call the question. Councillor Anderson.
Yes.
Councillor Hooper.
Respectfully, no.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Zwart,
Yes.
and that motion carries. All righty. We don't have any procedural notices of motion. Under other business, we moved, there were two items, I'm sorry. One was the cash flow analysis. That was FND-010-20, as well as the item 7 of the joint committee. So if I could have a motion that in accordance with section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the meeting be closed for the purpose of discussing the following two matters. One, a matter that deals with personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, a matter that deals with labor relations or employee negotiations, and a matter that deals with advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that privilege. Councillor Anderson, can you give me that?
Mr. Chair, can I make a suggestion?
can.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes.
So here, let me get the motion first, Councillor Neal, and then I'll hear Councillor Neal. Will you second that?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor Neal, I'm sorry, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had two distinct questions. I was just wondering if you want to deal with those before we go into closed session. I thought there was only one matter remaining.
No, you wanted to speak to the cash flow report.
Right.
You suggested that that needed to happen in camera, and then we've got some confidential advice. This was item 17, item 7.
Which I thought we tabled. I thought we tabled that.
Well, to the end of the meeting. So it's tabled.
I thought we tabled that to, did we not table that to the next GG?
No, that was that was 14.1, which was Cedar Crest and West Beach Road. So the clerk tells me that they're distinct, but.
Okay, well, I thought I'd intended to move to table number 7 to.
Well, so it has been. But we can go in camera. That doesn't mean we're going to take any actions that Councillor Trail would rather we didn't. But there's information to be had.
Okay. All right. So anyway, I don't know if you want to deal with questions to staff now or after the closed session.
Okay. Well, we'll do it after because we've got the motion on the floor to go into closed session right now. Right.
That's why I was trying to get your attention. Okay. Thanks.
So we'll do it after. We'll do it
okay.
after. All righty. Right. Oh, yeah, sure. So the clerk is, so here, we'll call the question and then the clerk is going to give you instructions on what you need to do. All in support say yes.
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 Opposed say no. That is carried, Madam Clerk.
Okay, through the chair, you've all received an email to invite you to the council meeting closed session. I believe I've received confirmation and acceptance from all but 2. The invite was sent to your Clarington email address. And if anyone has any difficulty in logging in, we'll reach out to you. You can log out and log out of this meeting, and then we'll log back into it when we resume an open session. And the way you log out is clicking on the 3 dots on the floating menu bar. And then a menu will show up and you just click on, oh, sorry, you just hang up your red phone to get out of this meeting. Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Jort.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll rise and report that 2 items were discussed in closed session in accordance with Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. 1 resolution was passed on a procedural matter. So the first item 7 of the joint committee's report was moved to the end of the meeting. If I could have that was already moved.
I'll give you a motion to table that, Mr. Chair, to the next GG.
So we already tabled. I don't think that one. Oh, sure. What the heck? Okay. Do I have a seconder on that?
Yeah, second.
Okay, Councillor Anderson. No discussion on tabling. Call the question. All in support, say
yes.
That was the next GG. Councillor Neal, the clerk is clarifying, but I heard the next GG, correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So all in support, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. And that is carried. The next report that was moved to the end of the agenda was FND-010-20. This is the COVID-19 cash flow analysis. That was already on the floor. I can't recall who moved and seconded it, but it would have been to get this far. Do we have any further questions for open session on that report? Okay, I'll call the question. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Jort?
Yes.
And that is carried. We don't have any bylaws or no procedural notices of motion. No.
We do have
Oh, we do have one bylaw.
And it's arising.
Oh, it arises out of the temporary bike lanes. So give us a second on the bylaw, and then under other business, Councillor Neal, we'll get to the questions that you have of staff. So you guys can't see it, but the clerk just hung herself on her headphones. I shouldn't laugh at that. Okay, so Councillor Hooper, I need a motion from you that leave be granted to introduce bylaw 2020 sorry, I can't.
29.
2020-029, and that the said bylaw be approved. Would you give me that motion?
I will do that, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, would you second that motion?
Yes, I will.
All righty. Questions, comments on the bylaw? Call the question. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hooper?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Short?
Yes.
And that is carried. All right, we don't have any procedural notices of motion. Councillor Neal, you have questions?
Yeah, my first question is to through you to Ms. Langmaid. It's regarding a property at 3574 Concession Road 3, and the issue was minimum distance separation for an agricultural operation. So I'm reading a letter that you wrote on April the 20th of this year to the resident, and just looking for some clarification, because it says MDS1 calculations do not apply to new homes located inside an urban area. So does that mean those new homes would be required to be out like a certain distance away from that operation, or can they be located within that sort of zone of, the minimum distance zone?
Through the chair, the MDS does not apply within the urban boundary area. So what we had proposed to do in this situation is make or have the consultants for the secondary plan, this is North Newcastle Village, prepare an agricultural impact assessment, which I shared the terms of reference for it with the person who is inquiring of you, and recommended that they participate in commenting on that agricultural impact assessment to deal with the mitigation from any nuisance or other type of issue from the farm operation. That is a way that MDS is written on how to handle agricultural uses when they butt up against a urban boundary.
So, through the chair, does that mean that he could be required to relocate his operation on his own property? Is that, or
through the chair,
or not?
No, through the chair, he would not be required to relocate his operation.
So who could end up having to do the quote mitigation then? Is it the people that are going to be located within the urban area, or the farmer?
It would be, sorry, through the chair, it would be the people that would be located within the urban area. But what has to be sorted out as part of the agricultural impact assessment is what that mitigation would be. There may not be any mitigation. I don't know at this point.
But what happens if they start complaining of smells or whatever? Then can he be forced to stop what he's doing or relocate on his own property, I guess?
Through the chair, no, we could not force that to happen. What we have done in other areas, much like Prestonvale Road, where the Found Farm is that there are warning clauses included in the subdivision agreements.
Okay, so are you able to give the individual assurance then that he won't have to relocate his operation as part of any quote mitigation?
Through the chair, the letter that I provided to him basically said that he could use his property based on the zoning that he has, which is agricultural.
Okay, but that also means though that, just so I understand the letter correctly, that like he couldn't be ordered as part of any secondary plan to relocate his livestock operation or curtail it or.
Through the chair, no, he could not be ordered to do that through a secondary plan.
Or any other zoning bylaw or anything like that?
Not as a result of the secondary plan. Should he wish to change some type of use on his own property that did not meet the zoning, that's a different matter.
I see. Okay, thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Albright.
Go ahead, Councillor Nail, you have the floor.
So I had a couple of pictures, and I brought this up a number of times in different instances, and I just wanted to put some pictures of Pebblestone Road up just so council can perhaps see what my concerns are and why I've expressed them. So.
Clerk's working on it.
So this is a number of pictures I took on Pebblestone Road, which I think is a fairly high traffic road. So I don't know, there's sort of a series of them that but I think the concern I have is maybe some of the priorities we're expressing in some of the money that's getting spent on roads. And I, like I was concerned, for example, about that's Trolls Road there, which is another high traffic road. So we're spending a lot of money on some roads which are, in terms of daily traffic counts are next to nothing versus these roads, which are busy roads and, numbers in the thousands of cars a day is my understanding. So I guess I'm just pointing out, to the rest of council, my concern about some of the priorities we express from time to time when we do, authorize some money to be spent on roads, and we're rebuilding roads and courts and so on, and that sort of thing. So I guess through you to Mr. Albright, you've indicated to me that like this road, Pebblestone Road, in my mind, was never dealt with properly a few years ago, and I think the concern at that time was just doing a high float treatment on this road is not going to do it. I mean, you can see the shoulders are so narrow, then it just gets eaten. The sides of the road get eaten up by, there simply isn't a big enough shoulder. So anyway, to me, this is going to require more than just a refloat surface or something. And so anyway, I don't understand sometimes how we prioritize some things. And like I said to Mr. Brake the other day, I don't know why we're not over there fixing the roads. So that's all.
All right, and I believe all of council received the email from Mr. Albright explaining exactly what was going on with Trolls and Pebblestone.
Well, the only thing I'd say, Mr. Chair, in response to that is I don't recall anything.
Wasn't actually looking for a response.
Okay.
Just pointing out that an answer had been distributed, that's all. Do we have anything further of staff? Any further questions?
Well, I would like to know, if I could, to Mr. Brake, I expressed to you the other day about, some concerns about why that's not being addressed. Should that not be sort of done now?
Through the chair, we do a daily road patrol, and the person that's out looking at the roads is writing down deficiencies. When they see any alligatoring on the road like that, or areas where it needs to be repaired, it is put on a repair list, and we have staff that go out and attend to those on a daily basis. There is 1,000 kilometers of road, so we do schedule it as necessary. Roads like Pebblestone and Trolls are of higher classification, so they do get quicker attention than some of the rural type roads, but we do pick them up as the deficiencies are noted.
Okay. My last question, Mr. Brake, is I'm still seeing a lot of leaves hanging around on roads and I thought the concern was, well, we couldn't do it in the cold weather, but that's not the case now. So I'm just wondering why that's not getting addressed.
So through the chair again, we commenced the year this in the rural areas with sweeping intersections where there's a possibility for sliding through the intersections and cause for accidents. We began sweeping the urban areas late last week, and as of today, we're starting 3 shifts. So there's 2 sweepers during the day that are going out, and then 1 shift in the afternoon. So with 3 sweepers, providing they're up and running, we hope to get a lot more of the urban area swept this year than normal.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. That's leaves was the concern?
Leaves is what I understand.
Councillor Neal?
Well, yeah, like.
Okay, no, I just wasn't sure if I heard you properly. Okay.
Yeah, just they seem to be hanging around since last fall. That's all. Lots of them on the curb, so, and plugging up drains from time to time. Thanks.
All right, do we have any further questions of staff this evening? I don't hear any questions of staff. Councillor Hooper, I would need you to give me a confirming bylaw, and that confirming bylaw, I know you've got it there in front of you, but it would be 2020-030. not 2020-029. Can you give me that, sir? Councillor Hooper?
Yeah, I'm a quick writer, but I'm not that quick.
Oh, sorry. So here, let me help you out.
I've got it.
Okay.
I need somebody to second it, though. Moved by myself and seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Anderson, that leave be granted to introduce bylaw 2020-030, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Clarington at a regular meeting held on the 4th day of May, the 4th be with you, 2020, and that the said bylaw be approved.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Anderson.
Move to adjourn.
No, I need you to vote on this first.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you don't vote on this, we did nothing.
Yeah.
Councillor Hooper. Councillor Hooper.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Neal.
Yes.
Councillor Zwart.
Yes.
Yeah, so Councillor Anderson wanted to redo this whole meeting. That's a motion to adjourn by Councillor Anderson. Might that be seconded by Councillor Zwart?
Yes, it would be.
All right. All in support, please say yes. Please say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. I hear none. The meeting is adjourned. I will share with you. Do you know what Luke's mother said to him at the dinner table? Luke, use the fork. Come on, that was hilarious. Thank you.
That's
Councillor
a dry sense
Hooper.
of humor again.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. Folks, be safe. We will catch you later. Bye now.
Bye, everyone. Have a good night.
Gordon Food Service out of Ajax. They've several times now have showed up here with food delivery trucks with several skids of fresh produce and fresh food, which is really hard to obtain for a lot of these individuals right now. And supports like that have been fantastic. Vaughn, the truck driver from St. Vincent's, has been really terrific, showing up with his truck from Costco and grocery stores in the area with food that is still good, but had to get out the door. So it's been really, a really well supported endeavor. We definitely have not been doing it on our own here.
How can people help? Do you accept donations?
Yeah, we sure do, and we gladly accept them right now. Our operational costs, we have had to bring on new staff just with the amount of hours we have to be open. There's a cost to that, of course, other operational costs, but yeah, it's pretty easy to find. If you go to the backdoormission.ca website, you can find somewhere on there, I think it's near the bottom of the page, or there might be a support link at the top. And that's a direct link where people, if people are looking to help us with financial donations, we gratefully accept that, because that's a big help for us right now.
I have to ask you also about, I guess, how do you protect those that use your services and yourselves from the possibility of COVID-19 transmission?
Yeah, so that's very important. And, you know, we right from the get-go, when we, even prior to getting the Mission United project up and running, we basically started some very rigorous cleaning processes and sanitization processes after every washroom use, after, you know, anytime a table is used. Now, most of the clients are getting the food service through a takeout service right now. So that is obviously one of the big ways. It's not like normal business as usual at the Mission, where there might be 50 or 70 or 90 people all in the hall at the same time. We can't do that, and we wouldn't do that even if we were allowed to, for their safety and for the volunteers and staff safety. But we also have a professional cleaning service on site who have certification in basically the non-scientific way of explaining it is medical facility level cleaning and sanitization. So there's that. You know, we have a screening checkpoint for any clients who need to come in to access services. They're first screened with the questions of, you know, to see if they're symptomatic before they're allowed into the building. And you know, and then the other, you know, the usual personal protective equipment, we have that on site as well too. We've had some great donations as well from some of our neighborhood friends. All or Nothing Brewery has, Councillor Rick Kerr has managed to procure some of the hand sanitizer that they've been producing. I have my mask here from Frere du Nord, who have converted their clothing production over to face masks, and they've donated several hundred to us and other agencies in the area. So, and we're taking all the best advice that the medical professionals here have for us as well too.
We only have about a minute left, but Derek, I have to ask you, how are you handling all of this? You are a councillor, you are so involved in this. Doesn't leave much time, I would think, for you.
Not for the time being. I've been doing 12-hour days for most of the last 5 weeks. It's starting to let up now that we have some of our new staff on board, though, and they're doing really great. You know, I guess the only saving grace in a way is that my phone and email have been fairly quiet during this time. I think that a lot of the services that people are looking for in the near term are at the provincial and federal level, you know, with the income supports and things like that. So that's been
I'm going to have to stop you there, Derek. We're almost out of time. But let's make a date so that you can join us again. Our thanks to Derek Giberson, Ben Earl, and Ken Hartwick, and thanks to you for joining us. Until next time, I'm Deborah Hutchison.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
I'm Mallory, and I was walking home one night when an impaired driver hit me. He had been overserved in 2 bars before getting behind the wheel. If the servers would have called him a cab instead of serving him more alcohol, my life would be the same as what it used to be. I think servers play the biggest role in keeping us safe because it's up to them what state the person's in when they leave. Refusing service isn't personal, it's the law.
This is Rogers TV. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
This is your COVID-19 local update. I'm Deborah Hutchison in the Rogers TV studio. On April 21st, we learned about an outbreak of COVID-19 at the Orchard Villa retirement community in Pickering. 1 week later, 49 residents there have died from the disease. Joining us now is Pickering Deputy Mayor Kevin Ash. Kevin, thank you for making some time for us here at Rogers TV. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. It's obviously a strange time to take over the reins of the mayor's office with Mayor Ryan's absence, but We're dealing with things day to day. The city is still running as a city, doing many things virtually, but we're a strong community, and we'll get through this together.
Yes, you are a strong community, but you didn't need this extra test of the COVID outbreak at Orchard Villa. When did you learn that there was a problem there?
Well, a number of families of residents started reaching out to the mayor's office about the lack of communication. So my first advocacy was with MPP Bethan Falvey as well as the LIN to develop a process that residents and their families can get information about residents. So a hotline was developed. So that was our first call to action. And, this crisis at Orchard Villa is only 30 days old in terms of less than 30 days old, and we've lost 50 souls. And the issues escalated day after day, week after week. So we've been very active in the file, and we've involved all the levels of government higher than us in terms of the region issuing the order, the province getting Lakeridge in, and now the federal government lending the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces through Operation Laser, and they're on site today.
You've got two, I believe it is two teams, two military teams that are working on there on a regular basis now, correct?
I believe so. To be honest, the communications about the role and the responsibilities of Operation Lasers hasn't been shared with me in regards to what they're doing and how many. But I was on site yesterday for the parade, and I saw the military there. And my daughter works there as well, so she says they're there and helping out. So we welcome them in our community, and hopefully we can get over this hump.
Let's talk about the motorcade. It was quite a show of support for the frontline workers and the seniors who were there at Orchard Villa. Did the outpouring of support and the sheer numbers of yesterday's motorcade surprise you?
Well, yes. I mean, we overflowed 2 parking lots of our rec center. We had tremendous turnout from our first responders with paramedics, fire, and police. As we went up Valley Farm Road, there was residents lining the roads in a social distance safe way. And when we got there, it's estimated we had 300 or 400 people or cars in the motorcade. And there was many residents and at their windows, and a number of the nurses and PSWs out for the sirens and the honking. Many of the cars had signs of support, including signs of remembrance from people that have passed. So it was very, very emotional in terms of our participation, but we could see some smiling faces, which I'm sure there hasn't been too many smiling faces in that facility over the past month.
Important to note, I want to let our viewers know that we are taping this April 30th because things do change day to day, moment to moment. You mentioned that your daughter is working there.
Yes.
Quite a job. Has she worked there long?
Well, this is she went back to school. She's a single mom of a 4-year-old who lives with us, so I'm fortunate enough to have my granddaughter around all the time. She went back to school in September and graduated in March with her designation as a personal service worker. And she applied with Lakeridge Health. The hospital is the one that actually hired her. And there's tremendous need there. And once Lakeridge took over, they hired her, and she's been working there, I guess, for about a week now. And it's going to be quite a story to be told about her first job as a PSW, working at the epicenter of fatalities in Ontario and indeed the country at that one particular home. So she wasn't forced to go. I think she's brave to go. Lakeridge didn't make it a condition of employment, but it's a hard job, and I'm proud that she's doing it. And she's one of many that are trying to service residents and families in a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, what a way to start a career. Her picture was in a local paper not that long ago, and very emotional, a very touching picture taken through a window where she's comforting a senior who obviously in a great deal of distress over the situation. Yeah, she was
competing for the headlines against her stepfather. So she was in the Star and on media. So I'm proud of what she's doing, and I'm thankful for what she's doing and all the other frontline workers that are dealing with a very, very difficult situation.
So does she live with, she and her child live with you then?
That's correct. Yep.
So when she comes home,
we live in a townhome, executive townhome, with a parking spot in the garage and one in the driveway. So we've turned the garage into her kind of area where she strips down, puts her clothes in a garbage bag, and goes right in and showers. So we're trying to be as safe as possible for her, for us, for Jameson, which is our granddaughter as well. So we're adapting to it, and so far so good.
Okay, and fingers crossed. What can you tell us though of her personal experience there, and the seniors that she's helped, she's talked to? Not asking you to tell any tales out of school here.
No,
but...
I think it's widely reported that there's been 300 and something cases in in Pickering, and 52 deaths in Pickering, and 50 of them are from there. And I think there was 40 workers also tested positive. So the problem is, with all these support workers absent from work because they're self-isolating, the burden of care has got down to 2 or 4 on a shift where they would normally be 6 or 8. So they're very hard at work, and I think things have gotten better since Lakeridge has got there, and I think things are getting better as well with the military there. But it is an exhausting job, and they're losing patients. It's slowed down, which is a blessing, but they're losing patients still, on a daily basis, and that's hard for any healthcare worker to work hard and have an outcome that's not pleasant. So. Yeah, it's very difficult in that situation, emotionally draining, physically draining, and hopefully we'll get the resources in there to share the load of burden of the work, and get that quality of care back up that has, I think, been challenged during this time of pandemic.
Now, you say previously you talked to a lot of families who have residents there at Orchard Villa. Are you still receiving phone calls? There have been headlines in the news that families are asking for an investigation into that particular long-term care home. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I got an email as late as yesterday talking about that, and I think there will be all kinds of levels of viewing of what right, what went wrong after the fact. My focus now is not about a blame or pointing fingers. It's about getting the resources there that are required. it wouldn't surprise me if there's a royal commission or a public inquiry or a coroner's inquiry that will get to the nitty-gritty of why the pandemic went through old age homes, long-term care homes like wildfire. So I'm supportive of the residents and their residents' families' request to have a thorough look at some of the shortcomings that we've uncovered. I think we're going to have an adult conversation in our society about long-term care, private versus public versus for-profit in the longer term. And I think that's a good conversation. And I have come to realize how important our grocery store clerks are and the personal service workers and the truck drivers, how much value they bring to our food supply chain and keeping us safe when we're all staying at home. So, yeah, we're going to have a review, and I understand Pickering will, Councillor Pickles will be bringing in a motion asking for an investigation as well.
Orchard Villa, you mentioned the difference between publicly run and a private run for profit. Orchard Villa is run privately, is it not?
That's correct. But the problem hasn't been necessarily private versus public, because, you know, we did have the situation in Oshawa at Hillsdale Terrace, which is run by the region, across the river, the Rouge River at Seven Oaks, also public. And a pandemic and the COVID-19 is impacting that community. So we're again going to have an adult conversation about how we manage long-term care facilities in the future, and how we look after our vulnerable seniors in their glory years or golden years in retirement.
Okay, we are speaking with Pickering Deputy Mayor today about, well, a lot of things. First and foremost, the outbreak of COVID-19 at Orchard Villa. We're going to take a quick break, but more of our conversation with Kevin Ash after this.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
What do you say we talk about some of the great Canadian game shows? Canada seems to have the largest singular swath of talent.
I think the popularity of game shows is just as strong today as ever.
Canadians do fun really well.
They entertain an awful lot of people.
Behind every Canadian game show, there's a story.
It's a heartbreaking, and many families and constituents reached out to me, and I talked to all of them, many same day, and I will continue to. No ask is too great, whether it's to get the hospital into the facility through a public order through Durham Health, or bringing the military in. To someone asked me if I could help get an iPad in there. And I said, well, I'll check with public health, but I'll do everything I can.
We're incredibly grateful for the federal support in terms of actioning our military to come and assist in our homes. And we know that the staffing issues were predating the pandemic.
Okay, you were just watching Pickering Uxbridge MPP Peter Bethlenfalvy, and that was Mary Lee Fullerton, Minister of Long-Term Care, from a provincial daily press conference on April 25th, both talking about the COVID-19 outbreak at Orchard Villa in Pickering. Once again, we are joined by Pickering Deputy Mayor Kevin Ash. So are you happy with the response then from the federal government and the provincial government in regards to your concerns about the outbreak there?
Absolutely. We've, again, the region responded with the public health order. The province through Lakeridge responded with putting a team in there, and the federal government's responded by having Operation Laser being the mission of Operation Laser being at Orchard Villa. So the response from upper tiers of government have been very responsive. MPP Bethlenfalvy and I have a call every week with Mayor Barton, Uxbridge and Pickering, as well as Regional Chair John Henry. And it's a check-in meet, but he also says, what can we do for you? And we start talking about post-COVID as well, about what the requirements might be and economic recovery and the like. So,
well, let's talk about some other things now. Let's go on to talk about, you've recently extended your closures and cancellations to July 1st.
Yes, the province, we typically had tied our closures to the schools. So that has now gone to May 31st. Mm-hmm. We've now extended it through the end of June, and we've now canceled Canada Day celebrations as well. So we're looking at doing something virtually rather than having 10,000 people watching fireworks. We just didn't think that was a good idea. And it takes some time to plan those things. So our facilities, which are pools, libraries, and our rec center and our community facilities will remain closed until July 1st. But there's a lot of things being done virtually. Libraries doing story time. We have Pilates and yoga and pump classes done virtually as well through our rec center. So it's certainly a different way to deliver public service, but we're going to have a new reality when we get through this pandemic, and hopefully, you know, we're on the downside in regards to cases as well as fatalities, and I think public bodies are going to have to respond to the new reality.
Yeah, fingers crossed we're on the downside. Pickering also opened up a new community hygiene hub. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, in conjunction with Durham Health, we have opened up our Dunbarton indoor pool for a hygiene center for unsheltered and people that need some assistance. It's open 7 days a week from 8 to 12 and from 3 till 7. It's located at 655 Shepherd Avenue, adjacent to the Dumbarton High School. And again, public facilities are being repurposed to the extent possible. And we're giving people that are unsheltered an opportunity to use showers, washrooms, as well as Pickering Fire, Professional Fire has offered personal hygiene kits, toothpaste, toothbrushes, et cetera, which we're thankful for. And the Region of Durham's Health Department also has resources there. If people need shelter overnight, arrangements are being made to access the facilities elsewhere in the region. And often the people that are unsheltered use public facilities or the Tim Hortons or other things that are closed now. So it's an added challenge for bathroom breaks and personal hygiene. So we're delighted to partner with the Durham region. Again, it's at Dumbarton Indoor Pool at 655 Shepherd Avenue, and it's open from 8 to 12 and from 3 to 7 p.m. Every day.
You know, when you think of those that are unsheltered, not that visible in Pickering, but they are there and the need is great, yes?
They are here. I mean, I see a gentleman outside of City Hall on a bench often. We do see people panhandling at our 401 exits. I make the assumption that they are unsheltered, and there are certain pockets and throughout our community, not to the same degree as Oshawa or Whitby, who has the mental health challenges at Ontario Shores, but they are here, and we're just thankful that the region has picked a place in Durham West, as well as one in Ajax, to offer support to the unsheltered.
You know, municipalities can't run a deficit, but COVID-19 has basically, I mean, let's face it, it's blown up your budget. Whatever work you did prior to COVID-19, it's out the window. What challenges now is this presenting every municipality with?
Well, our senior team here has gone through the budget, and we're delaying what we can. We're still doing some infrastructure renewal. We're still paving the roads. It's actually a good time to pave roads because there's not too many cars on them. But we've deferred some items to future years, and we're sharpening the pencil to make sure that we come out of this in a financial position that's sustainable. You're quite correct. Municipalities are not allowed to run deficits. The real challenges are for the upper tier governments, like the region, who have added calls for paramedics, which is done by the region, added calls by police, which is done by the region. We have a transit system that's running with no fare collection, but still being run to the to pretty much schedule. But we have a decrease of 75 to 85% of ridership. In Toronto, it's upwards of 90%. And we also have at the region long-term care homes that are obviously challenged in terms of overtime, sickness, some people not being able to pay fees, etc. So we're trying to be prudent. We're going to come out of this strong, and we hopefully will come back bigger and better once we get through this.
I've actually heard talk of municipalities going to the province to lobby them for the ability to run a deficit. They say things are going to have to change. Do you agree?
Yes, and FCM, which is the federal Federation of Canadian Municipalities, has requested the federal government give $10 billion to municipalities based on the gas tax and the ridership of public transit. I think in Pickering we won't have a deficit, but we'll be very, very close. Typically we have a surplus every year. We'll be very close to break even. We do have the luxury of some degree of reserves that we could access, but there are many municipalities that aren't as fortunate as Pickering. We also do have a revenue stream that's going to be new to us, which is the casino, which we were expecting it to be open already in April, and it probably won't be open until late summer or after Labor Day, and who knows what casino gaming will be after this in terms of personal protection and social distancing and the like. So Pickering's in pretty good shape. We're fortunate, but if municipalities need to run a deficit, I think the province will heed the call.
My husband and I actually drove past the casino, the new Pickering casino this weekend, and we looked at each other and shook our heads and said, what a time for them to open. Heartbreaking on many levels.
I was actually in it this week.
You were?
I was, yeah. There's only 4 or 5 managers running the place. It looks fantastic, and they're already thinking about social distancing and PPE screens and the like. So they are planning for that. The Pickering Casino will open approximately 4 weeks after all the other properties open. Ajax, Port Perry, Rama, Niagara, et cetera, et cetera. So they're gearing up for maybe July or August. So we'll be 30 days after that. But it's, a couple thousand jobs that people were expecting to have that have been impacted by the closing of the gaming facility.
We've only got about a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to briefly mention the virtual farmers market. That's another thing people are missing. You can't go out to your farmers market, but you've come up with a solution.
Yeah, I often go. The farmers market is located in the parking lot across from City Hall on the South Esplanade every Tuesday, I believe it is. And we would have already kicked off. So we've gone virtually. So a number of the vendors that come every week have joined with our partnership to have virtual farmers markets. So you can go to the city's website at pickering.ca and look at the farmers market, and you can do your online shopping through the many vendors that are typically there. And again, hopefully, once we get through this, we'll again have the vendors set up in a social distancing pleasing way in our south parking lot on South Esplanade, so we can again have local fresh food being available to our residents on a weekly basis.
Okay, we've only got about 30 seconds left, but I have to ask you, how is Dave Ryan? How's he doing?
Dave, I talk to Dave pretty much every couple of days. He's back home from the hospital. He had a major surgery in regards to his lungs, and his mind is 100%, I can tell you that. He asked for an update on a number of things, and although I'm enjoying being deputy mayor, I'll be happy when he's back in the mayor's chair, and I hope that'll happen in the fall of this year.
Okay. We are out of time. Deputy Mayor, Pickering Deputy Mayor Kevin Ash, thanks so much for spending time with us today, taking time out of your very busy schedule. Give Pickering Mayor Dave Ryan our best. And thanks to all of you for watching us. Until next time, I'm Deborah Hutchison.
Thank you.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
What do you say we talk about some of the great Canadian game shows? Canada seems to have the largest singular swath of talent.
I think the popularity of game shows is just as strong today as ever.
Canadians do fun really well.
They entertain an awful lot of people.
Behind every Canadian game show, there's a story.
You're watching Rogers TV.
Stingray Music. All good vibes.